Perfect. Sorry for the late start. I had to oops, I had to update Windows on both of my computers here. There we go. And you know, it's a little bit late, but thank you, Lyron, for the sub. Really means a lot. I'll have to get back at you one day here. And Quetzal Studios, thank you for the follow. I know who that is. Don't want to dox you, but seriously, thank you, man. I owe you a beer sometime. How are you guys today? What day is it? Is it Tuesday? Wednesday? What day is it? Wednesday. Okay. Hey, Foofy Dragons, how you doing? It's good to see ya. I drank a little bit too much wine last night. Oh, those are just... I know what those are. Like, what the fuck's going on in Discord? That's my bot on Discord that I set up to automatically say the things. Okay, so I was thinking about this last night. We got a little bit stuck yesterday. I think we need to really simplify what we're doing here, because we tried to go in balls deep, big dick in it, and make a pretty complex system right from the start. Hey, Bleeding, thank you. Thank you for the affiliate. It's pretty exciting. I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna run away with all the money that I've made so far and, you know, buy a yacht and maybe a vineyard. I think would be good to rest my laurels on. No, we got a long way to go. We got a lot to do. We gotta get these prototypes done. I have to celebrate coming in. Oh, also, let me show you guys what I did yesterday. Well, I know probably a lot of people don't use it, but I'll show you what I did. We go to my channel and I don't look at myself here, because that's really cringe. Hold on. I wanna see myself live. No, I don't want to see myself live. Wait, I do this, right? Okay. Okay, don't look. We don't look up. I set up the schedule for the next week or so. And on Thursday next week, on the 30th, we will be doing Kickstarter reviews. So I'm going to be going on Kickstarter and taking a look at all of the currently live video game projects, or hopefully as many as we can in the time that we have. And we will be reviewing their quality, their presentation. You know, it's a mix of education and entertainment. So obviously we might be poking some fun at some stuff that's not very good. It's not meant to harm people, but just, we need to, you know, it's meant to be kind of fun, right? We're gonna be a little critical, but hey, you're putting your game out there live, you're putting your plan out there live. Good for you. That takes a lot of balls to do that. But also, you know, I'm gonna say the things I say. Some games look great, some look great but have bad presentation, and some are obvious scams to steal your cash, especially when they ask for a specific amount that ironically is the price of a new car or something, or, you know, repairing a wall that they broke. It happens. So yeah, that should be pretty fun. I have it linked up to my Google Calendar too. There's some application that let me, I can make it in Google and then add it to Twitch directly from Google. And that way I can see what's happening too on my phone. It's pretty nice. So yeah, kind of cool. All right. What else did I do? Well, I removed our schedule from here. Also, if one of you has 100 bits, you can test out the text to speech. I think everybody will hear it now because I have it playing to my work computer here, which means I'll hear it and you'll hear it because it plays to that. Rata 10 had a neat Kickstarter. I have never heard of that. Or maybe I have, but I forgot. I don't know. Okay, so the plan for today with this ingredient shit, I do just want to make a very simple UI. I know it's not what we intended, it's not immersive, but we need just the very basic function of it. Or at the very least, we need to work on fixing the, I don't know if I disabled it. No, I didn't. So we can switch over to this, but our line trace is not working. Look at this, it's going all over here. I don't know why. And it shouldn't be. Oh, Pokemon game, okay. I know that. I haven't kickstarted too many projects. Okay, there is one thing. I don't know if you guys care about RuneScape, but it's getting closer to the release game, but I did kickstart, it wasn't a video game, but I kickstarted the RuneScape board game, which looks pretty awesome. You can play it solo or up to 4 people. And it's a cooperative board game. And I did end up buying the deluxe pledge, so it comes with everything. It looks really awesome, and all the figures and everything. Look at there's Dragon, there's Elvarg, we have Jad, Delrith, Count Draenor. Looks pretty sweet. The noob. Yeah, it looks pretty. There's even Bob the cat. How can you say no? It has Bob the cat. Cowfight Queen, Osmond. We have Zuck. We have the wise old man. They did such a good job with there's so many like graphics. I'm excited when Rataton finishes development. I used to play Padman a lot. I played it a little bit. I didn't get. I know it's one of those things that, like, if you got into it, it defined your life. It defined who you are as a human being. I can understand that. Okay, so let's fix this. Fix this thing. Well, firstly, I don't know if the line trace is... Hey, Lady Jet. You know, if you want, you can spoil who you are to the chat. I don't want to assume that members of the fam... Oh, I just kind of spoiled. I don't want to assume that certain people want to have their identity doxed online. But if you want to shout out who you are, you can. Just, you know, it's the internet. I don't want to assume that people want to reveal their identity. But, you know, it is what it is. Yes, this is true. I can officially say on stream, like, look, Mom, I did it! And, you know, it's less of a meme, because it's actually, like, you're here. But I can VIP you, because I feel like you are a very important person, right? Boom. VIP. Well, hopefully proud, unless I fail. Then you're gonna be disappointed like an Asian parent. That's stereotyping. But honestly... honestly, probably true. I don't think all stereotypes are bad. I am stereotypically a game dev. I don't wear anything that looks fancy. I go out in a t-shirt and shorts or jeans, and I wear stuff that has games or game-related things on it. What does it mean to be an affiliate? So, We can monetize now to some extent. We also get access to a lot more features on Twitch. The next step would be becoming a partner. I don't really know what that does or how that works, but that's a long way off. But you can like subscribe to the channel. We can add emotes. I just have to get somebody to make them. I'm in talks with some people about it. It's just, you know, need to find it in the budget, right? But like for instance, you probably see an ad on the stream now. You can get rid of ads either by subscribing to the channel or getting Twitch Turbo, which removes ads from all of Twitch. Okay, let's fix this line trace. I don't know why this line trace isn't working. Let's take a look at the code for it. I might see it. Yeah, it's really like I'm not gonna run ads purposefully because I think that ads suck ass. But I think if you become large enough or you become a partner, they force you to run ads. So what you can do is I think a couple streamers do this, they run ads at a specific time every hour, but they warn people, and that way you can kind of prepare for it. You can go up and get a drink or something. It is what it is. But of course, if you become a subscriber to the channel, which you get a free subscription with Twitch Prime every month, you can skip all the ads. Or they just don't play, actually, so. Okay, our tick trace. The tick trace is open. Oh my gosh. Gifting subs. You have to buy a sub for yourself too, you know. But yes, thank you. I know one of those is my friend. He's gonna be very surprised that he got a sub to this. I'll tell you that. But thank you so much for the gifted subs. I find it funny I made a few dollars off myself from ads that play while I'm logging into Twitch on my page. I have to. I should sub with my regular account. I probably have a Twitch Prime, so yeah, but I wanted to give it to Liren. And I never know how to say his name, but I should sub to him. I gotta pay him back. Tick trace. Oh, we switch on alchemy table item type. Yeah, but we should still trace. Hit result under cursor. The thing is, we don't have a trace channel to alchemy. Doesn't matter. Really loud. You guys have to tell me about the sound, by the way, because I hear it at a different volume than you guys do, so I don't know what it's like. I mean, really, the forward vector from the camera. Oh, look. This should work. I don't know why it's definitely working here. I mean, I could put like an ingredient on the shelf or something. We can just test. Sound level's good? That's good enough. I still have to buy a stream deck. That's on the list. Just expensive. Let me put an ingredient up here because I'm very curious. Oh no, it is working. drag it anywhere, but weird. I wonder why. Maybe it was just, maybe these two initial line traces were kind of that like one tick while it was moving the camera, because there's only two line traces here, but it's clearly functioning correctly. All right then. What would the Stream Deck do? I'll show you guys. And it's primarily an issue because I don't actually, you know, I use the second streaming computer, right? But I don't see it. I have to remote into that computer, which sometimes doesn't work. And it also affects the stream quality when I remote in because it's using CPU to stream the display to me. The Stream Deck allows me to customize like the buttons on here to do different things. So they're just like physical buttons with little screens behind them, and I can customize them to like switch scene, mute and unmute, increase volume, decrease volume, do a bunch of stuff. Make a wish list for stream setup. I probably should do something like that and put up like donation goals for that. I don't need like the fans. Well, to some extent, being able to control volume with knobs would be really nice, but this is expensive. It's like $200. So could be nice, but you know, I can adjust lighting too. God, that would be nice. Gotta get a light. So it's so dark. Because I think the auto exposure from these lights up here is making it a bit darker. I got a lot of stuff, but yeah. Some of the stuff is just pretty expensive where I live because I don't make too much money. A Stream Deck is right now like 1/5 of what I make a month, so like a good portion of that has to go towards rent and food, right? Is what it is. You know, I want to get this shelf. I want to get that kind of, Jesus Christ, side panel. Use Mix It Up bot for that and have those set to F keys above F12 and numpad. I could do something like that, but again, it's like it's a completely separate computer, so I have to. I don't have like a keyboard and mouse plugged into it. It's just a really messed up setup right now, but I don't have a lot of space. But we're making it work. I also want to get like a really old, or I have a really old GTX 970, and I'd like to get an external GPU. It's not a mount; it's more like a connector that I can connect up, I think, to this mini PC, and I can use that to encode at 1080p 60 FPS, which will make the VODs look a lot better. But I don't think we need that until we actually start having a game that I want to show off at 60 FPS. Because right now, prototyping at 30 FPS is not a problem. Nobody cares if prototype is 60, right? Dude, the one PC setup, I will tell you, is so much easier. I really miss doing that. Actually, this is the... For some reason, the RuneScape developers, well, it's not a bad thing, but they paid an orchestra to create orchestral versions of a lot of the classic RuneScape songs. And it's really good. This is one of them. However, I do feel like this would probably get claimed on YouTube. I'm not sure. We're gonna test it. I'm not going to stop playing it. So. All right, I need this. I almost need this just over a bit more. It's really good. The orchestral versions of these songs are pretty amazing. They really make me want like an anime made, a RuneScape anime. I mean, can you imagine just a faithful, you know, it doesn't have to be like, doesn't have to be Japanese made, right? But it can be something similar to like what they did with Castlevania. And just make it really faithful. Find the quirky humor that exists in RuneScape, all the hilarious quests and NPCs that are, you know, wacky, and just make a really funny, like, slice of life kind of a... They also the login theme change for seasonal holidays and major story event releases. They did, yeah. I really enjoy stuff like that. I would definitely love to see a RuneScape series made. I mean, like season 1, you know, you start off in Lumbridge, right? A group of adventurers meet up. You have the noob, you have the try-hard combat guy, you have the skiller. You know, you just have all these classic archetypes of characters that play these games. And they just go on fun adventures, do a lot of these quests, kill, you know, the Vampire Slayer. They do, you know, Dragon Slayer 1 can be like the finale of season 1. Should we be writing this down? Should I be pitching this to Netflix? Did I get some of that easy Netflix money? I've never done any script writing, but maybe I should for this. If the culmination of my life's work has to be creating a RuneScape series, I'll do it. I will gladly do that. I feel like that's too far over. Almost, this to me is an adequate amount over, but we need to make this larger then. Oh, go the other way. No, stop it. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't mind if it sticks out a little bit. Okay, that looks pretty good actually. Could come down a tad. Oh, I need to do it here. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Let's make these structures for the player's inventory. I think we can do that pretty easily. Data. Do player. Oh no. I have one of those minuscule pieces of skin sticking out. You know, those things that cause more pain than like if you cut yourself. One of those just tiny pieces of skin that sticks off the end of your finger. and you can't get it out. Hey Datu, how you doing? Good day, evening, morning. I don't know, maybe another planet. Good planet. It's on a hangnail. It's like, okay, let me draw it. Let's make an NFT for Jesus for you. Okay, so here is your finger. Okay, this is your finger. This is your nail, and it's really gross, right? Wait, it kind of looks like Among Us. The piece it's like here, right? And it's just a tiny piece, but it's so small that you can't get it out. But it still hurts when you like rub your another finger against it. And it's because I use too much soap every day, so my fingers get really dry. My fingers are always dry. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. Also, somebody get a screenshot of that because I'm gonna sell that as an NFT to make money for Cauldron Chronicles. What was I doing? I lost track of what I was doing. Oh yeah, player inventory. Okay, we talked about it yesterday. We need a structure of ID and integer. Oh, you streamed some RuneScape today? How did it go? Did you get any good gains? Luffy, you should jump back in. We can play together. We can play and stream together. Structure. Inventory. Ingredient. Did a few quests on main. Nice. How many quest points do you have? A name and an integer. Ingredient ID number. Still waiting on an appeal? Oof. I'll take it back. 64 now, nice. I think 64 is isn't it pretty close to unlocking something? Oh, press quest points. I'll tell you what I did last night. Ooh, you can do Heroes Quest, not sure if you did that yet. Well, at 107 you can do the Legends Quest. Those will be pretty big. I know someone that had the beginning stages of gangrene from overwashing their hands. What? Don't scare me like this. Don't tell me I'm gonna get gangrene. Is there a gang sign for gangrene? Probably a really disgusting gang sign. So last night in RuneScape, I got I went to Dagonoth Kings. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. Went to Dagonoth Kings. I got all of the rings and 2 dragon axes, and I imbued all the rings. So some pretty good progress last night on the League's account. And technically our best in slot melee ring, because the only Desert Treasure 2 boss we don't have access to is Vardorvis. So we can't get the Olator ring. Can make a new account, but the main is maxed. Ooh yeah, that max cape is quite a lot of nice shit. Just need mining and herbal for Heroes Quest. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Mining can take a little while, but Motherlode mine isn't too slow. And herblore is just expensive. The good thing is prayer potions with amulets of alchemy, or amulets of chemistry, sorry, is what they're called, is not too bad. Not too bad. You don't lose too much money. Okay, so we need this, and then the player's inventory. ST player inventory. See, I've always wondered if you tag this as save game, because I can make a save game and I can save this stuff in it without pressing this. So I don't actually know. I have to ask some of my programmer friends what this does. Herblore can be expensive. It can be. I did Lost City, Temple of Ikov, and Ghost Ahoy though. That's some good ones. Those unlock some really good stuff. I think especially Ghost Ahoy, right? Doesn't that unlock Port Phasmatis? Here's the thing about Herblore though. Is, again, the wiki is like your friend here. Profit XP for Amulet of Chemistry. Prayer potions are only a negative 1.42 gold per XP. So theoretically, it would cost you about, what would it be, like 15, 17 mil to get to max with prayer pots. I mean, prayer pots are slow, I understand, but it's not bad. I'll mostly train with the herbs you got. It's gonna take a while then. Ectophile though is really awesome, yeah. If you're kind of somewhat fresh, I do recommend getting Miscellanea unlocked. That's true. You can get a lot of herbs that way. You can also almost sustain a bond by doing Miscellanea. Player inventory is, we need a ingredient. Array. Where should we store those? Where should the player's save game stuff be stored? Probably not on the pawn. What's the best practice? Maybe on the sustain bonds from only Miscellanea if you have Miscellanea running on both RuneScapes. That's a good point. That's right. Yeah, I kind of forget that you can do bonds on either game and it works for both. You could store this in the game mode, at least for now. Probably shouldn't store it here, but or the controller game state. Nah, we'll just store it in the game mode. About to get 42 Hunter. Nice. Hunter is probably one of the skills I like training the least. But once you get Herbivore, it's a little more bearable. But I cannot do much Hunter for very long. I just hiccuped. Oops. Where did I put the ingredients? Just need their IDs. Okay. I don't need the row, I just need the row name. Mr. No! Ugh. You. Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. That's fine, that'll work. Yeah, I think my hunter, my main account is pretty trash. Getting ores though is pretty easy on if you do Volcano. Volcano's drop rate is kind of ridiculous. Let's just drop a casual 721 noted gold ore or 534 noted steel bars for a boss that is about as easy to kill as, I don't know, the giant mole. I mean, it's a skilling boss, right? But still, kind of ridiculous the amount of money you can make. I don't even know what volcanoes per hour. But the average kill is worth 188,000 GP, so it's so easy to do. You just won't get any XP, but if you're just out for money, Volcano is a pretty good option. I'm actually not going to destroy them. Do I have to make sure that this, yeah, blocks alchemy trace. So I gotta do that for the jar too, right? Probably. One-shot moss giants. Moss giants are pretty decent. I forget what some of the best melee XP for me was. Fire aren't bad. I mean, really, it's like you want to do the most amount of damage and hit the most amount of times in a row. But I like to make money while doing it too, so. For me, killing something that doesn't really drop a lot of money is not worth it. I would just do like Slayer. Best as Nightmare Zone is good, but again, for me, people like to look at it and they say, okay, 150,000 XP an hour is better, or combat XP is better than 130,000 XP combat XP an hour. Yeah, but if I'm doing 130,000 combat XP and 30,000 Slayer XP an hour, that's a total of 160,000 XP an hour. So while Nightmare Zone might be better for combat training specifically, I can train combat and Slayer, making more money and more XP an hour. First Slayer task is trolls. That's not a bad one. Yeah, the profits from Slayer are insane. You get so much money from Slayer, especially if you do clues. I think if you're going for collection logs too, I think there's some trolls that drop some pieces. I think is it the ice trolls? Or is it the mountain troll? Oh no, I don't know. Oh, these drop the I think the granite shield is in the collection log. But I could be wrong. Yeah, you can save spot, yeah. 100% true. They're pretty decent. I don't know where I should do trolls without doing Fremenic. You can either go into the plateau. Is that what it is? North of the Warriors Guild? Or you can go into the entrance to Cauldron. So Fairy Ring DKS, run down the hill, and then there's a little entrance. And there are trolls inside there. Thank you. Take care. Sleep well. We'll talk later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Mom. Where's my allowance? Plateau. Yeah, Plateau's pretty good. You could bank in the Warriors Guild if you have the combat level for it. You need 130. But you can also do like Edgeville, Fairy Ring to the Cauldron ones, and then you can pop back up. I don't think they are very great for drops. I think the plateau ones are better because they have the granite stuff. Which you know what, I'm gonna check if that is a collection. Player. It's not the granite one. It might not be. There's the granite helm, granite legs, but granite helm and legs I don't think drop from trolls. Those drop from also Island Wyverns, right? Granite helm, granite legs. Oh, those are from Terror Dogs or Barbarian Assault. And that's Skeletal Wyverns. There might not be any troll drops on the... I mean, you might not care about collection log, to be honest, but... Oh yeah, you could bank in the Rogue's Den. A cylinder, collision, custom. We need to ignore visibility in camera and block alchemy trade. Should mean... Yeah, there we go. Receiving traces. Good stuff. Yeah, what, do you not want to go to Fremi for some reason? The Ice Plateau isn't too bad to get to. And you can safe spot there for sure. But I'm switching worlds over on my account. I'm doing just some shooting stars. There's a super AFK. Do you need to do Fremennik trials to have access to the plateau? Yeah, that's true. That quest is pretty quick. It's not a tier 8 star. Look, is someone smoking? Ain't no way that's a T8. Liars. Ice trolls. We should have the zoom ability, right? Like our zoom action should still... It's the alchemy zoom, right? Let's click and drag. Alchemy zoom. Trace state. Guess you would just put a trace state for jar, right? I'm pretty sure Fremennik Trials is really quick. Yeah, this one isn't too bad. Gives you a fair bit of experience too. Gives you 2.8 thousand in agility, attack, crafting, defense, fishing, fletching, hit point, strength, thieving, and woodcutting. And you can start to wear their helmets. Not bad. Let me check. That one isn't too bad though either, that mini quest. Doesn't say you need to. Oh, you don't have fairy rings yet? You can unlock fairy rings pretty quickly though. $30 farming? Isn't there some quest that gives you a lot of farming XP? You can skip a lot of those early levels. Rum deal gives you 7,000. I think that's pretty short, right? Or no, that's not that short. Rimtails. Song of the Elves. Yeah, just go do Song of the Elves. The Garden of Death? Oh yeah, the Garden of Death. What do you need for that though? Well, you don't need anything. Well, you need 20 farming to do it, but gives you 10,000 farming XP. Garden of Tranquility is pretty... We could do Fairy Tale 1. 3,500 XP. That's pretty short. Oh, that's right. You need to get all these items. I forgot. Yeah, okay, that one's pretty annoying. I mean, farming isn't too hard to get up there. Lamps would be easier to boost for that farming level. I don't know. Does it require 30? I mean, you could also just sit at Falador Farm for like an hour. Oh, Soul Wars South Mine. 72. Let me go there. No, world is full. Don't do this to me. Damn it. I had a pretty tough time getting into Soul Wars World yesterday when I was imbuing the rings. Where the fuck am I going? Yeah, send me your IGNs, I'll add you. This. North of Alcrid PvP Arena? it's not. You liar. See it. Oh. Oh yeah, it's this is like the third time you sent this to me and I keep forgetting. Sorry about that. I know, dude, my just okay. Goldfish have better memories than me. Which to Cauldron. Just don't like that we do all this stuff here. Let's add a new trace state for covering jar. Where do we put our trace states? Table? Covering ingredient jar. I mean, we kind of want the same tooltip functionality, right? The soundtrack's so good. It just takes me right out of working. Tool visibility. Get ingredients. Well, on tick, we want to, we do want to have a tooltip. Where's my tick graph, tick trace? Table item, okay, so we need to add table item type as well. We need to add a jar. But we'll call them for now. Has interface, which interface do we check for here? Got a master clue, nice. I bet the requirements for that are pretty high though. I remember, I think there was one that required me to have some absurdly high prayer level. And I trained for like 2 days to get the prayer level that high. It's pretty insane. Maybe it wasn't 50. You know what? I think it was the 90 fire making. That's what it was. Yeah, I think it was that one. Can't kill a wizard. Which What's the step that it gives you? I don't know if you're using RuneLight, because RuneLight tells you all that stuff. What coordinates? Never used RuneLight. Oh my god, dude, you're missing out on so much. It's officially you know, allowed by Jagex too. Like they've given it their green light. On is valid. I mean, we can probably do something very similar here where, well, we can't drag the jars around, so it's a little bit easier. Oh, Brassican? You probably can. You just attack them with whatever your best ranged weapon is, and you can't pray against them at all, so just, you know, really good ranged armor. Just bring a whole inventory of food, you can probably kill it. They're not too bad. They just throw cabbages at you. Never saw the need for it. It has a lot of utility. And then you can also get the 117 HD mod, which is really nice, or plugin. No, so it's the Saradaman wizards that can switch between magic and melee, depending on what you're praying. But the Brassican mages, they just throw cabbages at you. That does typeless magic damage. So you want to bring like God D'hide or, you know, Black D'hide, Carols, and then just range them down. And you can just spam food if they're hitting you too hard. But with a decent like RCB, Blue D'hide, you might take some heavy hits. What's your range weapon though? Because you could do it. You have like an RCB with broad bolts, you'd probably be able to do it. Magic shortbow with rune arrows? Because that might work. Especially if you can just spec him quickly. Dragon throwing knives are pretty awesome. That is true. Popular PvP weapon. Okay, jar. Covering ingredient jar. Tick trace hit actor is valid. Okay, let's do it this way. Check if it's valid. Is valid. You can also show tooltip. Take with 53 ranged. Look, so they, like I said, they do typeless magic damage, so you can't pray against the damage that they do. So your best bet is just to use like a defense prayer, which isn't going to help too much, but it does help a little bit, and ranged attack prayer. Just go there with the spade, the clue, and then a full inventory of food and maybe like an emergency teleport, right? Like a tablet, house tablet or something. Anything one click will work. And just go there and hammer him down. It might take a couple tries, but yeah. Mystic Might? Which one is that? Yeah, that would help. You can, well, I don't think you can pray Mystic Might and Eagle Eye at the same time. Wait, I'm gonna test it. No, you can't, but you could pray. You could pray Eagle Eye and Steel Skin at the same time. Because I'm not sure if you have access to... I know you don't have access to Rigor yet, so... His max hit is not too... Well, I'll let you be the judge of that. Because I don't know what your HP is. Max hit of 16. They have pretty decent accuracy, but only HP of 150, so... You know, just bring some sharks or something, or some swordfish. And have that one-click teleport. Full inventory of food. Pineapple pizzas would be pretty decent too. I always try to recommend getting to broad bolts, because broad bolts will carry you far enough, and they're really, really cheap to buy. Broad bolts with an RCB are pretty great. Where do we hide tooltip? We show tooltip, where do we hide it? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just depends on how much money you have to wave around, because Runite bolts, if you have, you know, Ava's accumulator, or whatever her, like, first and second tier are called, I forget. But Runite bolts aren't too bad. They're not super necessary. API. Oh, we do a retriggerable delay to hide the tool. I guess that kind of works. On my main, I only use Runite or Enchanted. Because for some reason I have like 5,000 Runite bolts. I think there's some boss that drops them, and I never sell them. I just hoard them. And then I just use Enchanted bolts if I need it, like for Hydra, Alchemical Hydra, or Muspa or something. Bone bolts are great too. No, my shooting star just disappeared. Shit. Relica mine. Okay, world 508. Wait, that's not a league world. T6 Drainer Village. World 594, let's go. Drainer Village. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Okay, so where's the tooltip show up on the jar? We have the widget. It's pretty far above. Can I show it? Where's my visibility? Great plant. It's really big. Wait, why is it so big? Big. Is that working? Okay, it is working. It's just the wrong rotation. Hunter crossbow? I don't know if I've ever used that. Which side is it appearing on? But I can see it. Okay. Yeah, farming's pretty decent to train. It just, if you're buying like the really expensive seeds, it's not that great, but watermelon seeds, for instance, are cheap as shit. Why is it so big though? Alright, yeah, person got me. It's pretty funny on leaks to drop a really expensive item and watch people try to go pick it up. Any tree seed in RS3 are expensive. The only way to get them really is like this Minesweeper minigame that takes forever. Really? You can't get them from like bosses? Or from seed packs in the farm? I don't know if there's a farming guild in RS3. But the farming guild contracts in OSRS are really great. Wait. It's still pretty big, isn't it? Well, we got rid of the event tick that aims it at the camera. I think we kind of want that back or something. You guys definitely have the knowledge on this, not me. Yeah, I kinda... We need to pull the tooltip out a bit more. No, my soundtrack. You guys remember this one? Do you remember when this came out? Who here was not hyped as shit for this update when it came out? What the hell? What are these drop rates? Like barely anything that drops them. I mean, it's not like super better in OSRS, but at least you have like you have bosses, you have mini games, regular enemies. Most of them are bosses or like more difficult enemies though. Where was the mini game? Is it this? This mini game? 12,000 points? How many points do you get an hour? I'm pretty good at Minesweeper, so this wouldn't be bad for me. For most of the mid to high level seed rewards, the amount of experience for growing per seed is less than the experience purchased directly with the same number of points. Nice. That's great balance. Just buy the XP instead. Yeah, it's pretty poorly balanced. We pulled them out a little bit more, but do we want... That looks pretty good. But I do want them to kind of be aimed at the camera still. So let's try to do that. I think I just deleted the widget root box. I do miss dungeoneering, to be honest. I went back to RS3 for the Fresh Start Worlds just to try dungeoneering. I think it needs to be updated. It's just kind of... It's really cluttered right now, but I still enjoy it as a mini game. And I'd love to see it come to OSRS as a mini game. That location. Molnest trade. Pretty funny. People are dropping like 20k bagged magic plants worth 1 bill. 20,000 mystic robe tops worth 1.5 bill. Leagues is insane. I love it. I mean, it's kind of working. These people dropping these things. Wait, is this actual? I don't think this is allowed. That was somebody's interpretation of OSRS music, I think. You liar! Trying to get me banned. Ugh. Anger. Yes, the classic song we all heard when we started up RuneScape on miniclip to play when we weren't supposed to be. Find a look. I mean, it is working. It's just like the camera, I guess, could be moved a bit more or pulled back a little bit. Yeah, we could actually move it more to the right. This camera could definitely be moved more to the right. And probably up a little bit, right? Yeah, up and to the right, just a bit more. I don't like that that gets cut off. Especially because you know we're gonna have ingredient names even longer than this, right? Maybe it was better when they weren't being rotated. Yeah, I mean, that kind of is better. Kind of better. I'm gonna turn off the tick debugging. We don't need that anymore. I know it's working. Okay, I at least wanted to, on begin play, take the player's ingredients from their inventory and build jars from that, right? Or let's do the zoom first. Let's do the zoom. Because I think that's why we set up the tick trace. Yeah, hovering ingredient jar. Now when the player hovers ingredient jar, we can switch the we can just do this. Do we have to close? No, yeah. We have ingredient hovered, but I think we should change ingredient hovered to actor hovered. Tick trace hit actor. No, that is not what it is. Yeah, we set it here. Tick trace hit actor. Okay, so let's use tick trace hit actor then. Should work. Switch if valid. Yes, let's do that. Close tick gate, hide tooltip. We need like 12,000 stardust, right, to recolor the... I think we do. Need a lot of stardust to recolor the prospector outfit. Tooltip. Switch camera to... Let's switch alchemy station camera though. Don't we have switch ingredient station camera to jar? But I don't think we have that set up at all. Camera graph. Alchemy station switching, ingredient station switching. Switch on camera state. Get ingredient hovered, cast to BP ingredient. Last alchemy station. Ingredient station. Oh, I'm jealous. Somebody's dropped an amulet of fury. Need that. I still need that onyx. Should we do that? Should I switch over to? I kind of wish I could have like a little version of my rune light in the corner. That way you guys can see the progress happening. We want to do the same thing, but why do we use ingredient hovered here and not just the tick trace hit actor? It's probably because we update the tick trace hit actor. I know why. The tick trace hit actor is updated every tick. But we only at specific times update the ingredient hover, but we should change that to actor hovered. And he dropped an imbued heart as well. Jesus Christ. Really? Okay, actor hovered. We should be using that here instead. graph. Basically just want to do this exact same thing, but with the jar. And we'll probably need the last ingredient station camera state too. Last ingredient station camera state. Jar. Wait. Do. So have you guys been getting into the holiday mood at all? Putting up Christmas lights or anything? Although I am American, so I'm going to be celebrating a little bit of Thanksgiving soon here. No Christmas lights yet? It is pretty early for, I think, a lot of people. My family's always been one to just, oh, getting a bit cold out, let's throw up the Christmas lights. There was a little bit of snow on the ground here in Poland, though, in the morning. Same thing here. In jar. Copy this. Pasta down here. Cast to ingredient jar. Get arrow. No holidays. You don't celebrate any holidays? Do somewhat online, but not with family. I won't pry into that. I just hope that you can have a nice time with anyone that you spend your time with. Put it that way. I got family on all sides of those kinds of spectrums too. Some do not like me. This should zoom into... Oh. Wait, did that? Why did that build an ingredient chip? Pick graph jar. Why did that make the tooltip pop up? As if it was doing this hovering ingredient. Huh? It definitely didn't do this. For some reason it fired this. The desert music is so good. Ugh. Let me pull this over to the side. We're gonna debug this a little bit. Okay, cool, that works. Yeah, it fired hovering ingredient. Okay, we have to... Parents are selfish when I'm doing everything in the house. It's still not enough for them to care. I'm sorry to hear that. How does one get to Pro? That is in Xanaris, so you need to have access to fairy rings to do that. And that I believe that is part of unlocking fairy rings, so you'll know how to get there if you've done that that quest. I'm gonna tick. Yeah, the trace state. I want to see what we're doing here. Wait, did Lost City? Does that give you access to your fairy rings though? You'll have to forgive me. I don't remember everything that you need for that. Just, it's been so long since I last did these quests. Okay, so yeah, if you have access to fairy rings, then... Yeah, then Pro is right in the middle of that wheat field when you go through the fairy ring. Can you enter the random portal? Yeah, there are sometimes occasionally two crop circles that appear in wheat fields around the game, and you can enter those. And that gives you I think a 30-minute buff. You push through wheat faster. On item type. Look, we probably didn't update the item type. I don't know where we do. An ingredient jar. Yeah, sorry, you'll just have to forgive my memory. It's really bad. I probably have warning signs of Alzheimer's. Where did we determine a BPI ingredient? Where do we set up that item type? How do we actually determine that? A blanket. Switch on alchemy table item type. Need Cauldron. Oh, get item type. API alchemy table item. We probably just didn't update it here, right? In the interfaces? Yes, that would be it. That's our issue. Problem solved. Why is that not working? Huh? Switched it to jar. Now it's doing none. You know, let me do it this way. That way you guys can see. Not valid. Oh, probably because we need to check. Okay, I know why. Merge medium task. There's some good rewards. I mean, it can take a bit of time and skilling to do all the diaries, but it's really worth it. The achievement diary cape is absurdly good. I use that diary cape all the time because it's one of the closest teleports to a bank. I use it a lot for cluing. So many good teleports, especially to get to Brimhaven. Nice quick teleport to Brimhaven. Jungle Forester, this one's really good for like hard clues. Save some runes and a teleport to Lumbridge. Skip the fairy ring and go right to Canifis. Varrock teleport that you can skip runes on. Great way to get to the Gnome Stronghold. So many good teleports. So many good teleports. We need to test the tick trace hit actor, and if that's valid, then we set the actor hovered. Yeah, like that. Okay, that worked. Our X button, of course, is not working. Really, our tick trace doesn't update the state there? Oh yeah, it's not, is it? That's fine. We just need to move the camera into a much better spot because this is such a terrible spot for this. probably want to do something similar to the ingredients too, and that's like show... Oh, how do we want to do this though? Let's NFT it. Let's NFT. We will have our jar, shelf, jar, and I think what we'll do, like if this is the camera looking directly on it, I want to have that classic. We can have that pop up and maybe some other panel that pops up that allows you to like see each inventory subtype and which, you know, like how many you have of that subtype. And then you can like hover over these to see each of their ingredient info. And these will be like buttons that you can click to, you know, add to table, or add to ingredient table, or add to processing table. So maybe, let's do this, resize. Maybe these will be like buttons. Invisible buttons that you just hover over. But then underneath, it'll be like, okay, so invisible button. Let's make it, let's just not show it. Do a text, number. Okay, this is the invisible button, right? And then underneath it, we'll have actual buttons of, you know, like, add to alchemy table and add to processing table or something. And that way you can quickly send it where it needs to go. That might work. Or be like something like this. Even further right, I would think. And probably we could zoom in even more. Come down just a little bit. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think it looks pretty nice. I mean, we can hide these arrows now. That isn't helping it look any better. Raptor is stinky. When was the last time you washed it? You know, taking care of a raptor takes a lot of effort. But I know how to take care of a raptor. I've been a raptor owner for less than a year when I started this company. I know what I'm doing. What's up, a copy fan? Long time no see. How you doing? Oh, copy fan, thank you so much for the tier 3. I don't have anything to give to you. that's so nice of you. I need, okay, now I really need emotes. I don't have anything. We don't have any emotes yet. Well, I'll tell you what, that sub will absolutely help me to afford some good emotes. But I am very good. Thank you so much. Okay, well, that's really nice. We're gonna have a celebration stream or something where we can do something fun. I mean, I find game dev pretty fun, and I don't know. We'll do something. Okay, I'll bust out a bottle of Jaeger. We'll get wasted. I'll feel terrible the next morning. I'll step on the scale. I'll gain another couple pounds. All good stuff, right? That's what life is. Oh, big fan. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. You guys are so nice. You guys are so amazing. Now I really need to get you. I think you've also unlocked another emote slot, so I have to. You guys are insane. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you. I'm probably going to be asking Crossroads of Fate to do our emotes. You know, she's done such a great job with Lyran's. You know, I trust her, and yeah, really awesome. Thank you so much for my game dev story. I just, you know, real life game dev tycoon, right? Anyone who has done such a good job, like with making those Lyran emotes. I don't know if she's done yours or anyone else's. I don't know how far her work extends, but I feel like she'd be the perfect person. I think it's a woman. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, but she's done a really great job making, you know, bringing that dragon to life, and I think she'd be perfect to make a raptor. I think she'd be exceptional. Oh, really? Oh, I see. That's really cool. Your Twitch is giving more slots to affiliates. Yeah, it's really cool. I have to make sure to credit the artist too. I don't want to forget that. I really like giving people the credit they deserve with emotes and stuff. Especially in game dev, I know that for some reason companies don't credit people who work on their games sometimes, and it's really absurd to me. Like, if they work, just put them in the credits. How difficult is it? It's one name. Just do it. It makes people happy. It gives them proof that they worked on something. Crazy stuff. A Bidoof. Why do you have a Bidoof? Your images are all gifts or things you drew. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of anyone that can do anything with art. Ranged trolls at plateau. I would recommend it, yeah. You can save spot. It's pretty chill. They're so nice. But guys, thank you so much for we need a new goal. How do we do this? Subscription. Oh wait. Oh wait. Update goal. Start. Wait, how do I do this? Manage goals. I don't know. What does it show on screen for you guys? Is there a goal? I don't see anything. Also, is weird, unused assets. They're not allowed to even use them for a portfolio, even if they stay unused. Yes, I agree. That's so absurd. I was, you know, kind of casually interviewing. Okay, thanks. I'll fix that goal. I was casually interviewing an artist who was interested in our project. It didn't work out, unfortunately. But I know the question came up of like, she asked, what could I put in my portfolio? I'm like, you can put anything in your portfolio. I don't care. I want you to show it off. Like, be happy with what you make, hype our game up, and just show it all off. The only thing that I mentioned that we would probably hold off on showing immediately would be like secret things. So for instance, if we had a secret area in the game that I wanted players to discover, I said, like, if that's the case, I want, let players discover it first, and then you can show it off. But you can still show it off privately to other companies, Just don't put it like out in the public. It's like, I don't care. I'm making this game because I want to be happy and I want to make players happy when they're playing it. I like to show it off, so yeah, it's just a temporary thing, just to help players not get spoiled with something cool. But unused assets too, like, let's go for it. Let's show it off. Maybe we can use it in the future or something. Or we can bundle it. If it's like let's say like they make 10 trees that we don't use. How about this? Let's bundle it. Let's sell it on the asset store from our company, and you can keep like 80% of the revenue from it or something. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Or I can just say, yeah, you know what? Sell it on your own. Keep all the revenue. Just to, put our logo on it or something on the package. I don't care. We'll work it out. Let's do something fair, right? Okay, okay, we need to make these. This ingredient panel is the same, but we want it only to update when the player is hovering over this new panel. So this is like a ingredient type list or something. Our side of game dev is toxic. I don't know. There's like, I can see different sides to it. For instance, I worked with somebody who how much do I want to say about this? Okay, I had nothing wrong with the guy, really, but I worked with him, and he was in sound. And, he and I had different views on who owns the rights to the music. And he was saying, well, always, no matter what, I think that the artist should own the right to the music for a game. And I say, okay, I understand why, but I think that if I'm paying you to make the music for our game, it's now owned by the company. And I do that because now I can control how to license it out, right? I can say to streamers, to YouTubers, you can use our music freely. But I think that there's a middle ground, right? We can say, okay, also we're gonna post this soundtrack on YouTube under our official channel, and you can claim a certain percentage of the ad revenue from it, right? If we run ads on it. Ever thought about co-licensing? I don't really know much about it. This is part of like legal stuff that I'm just not. I don't know anything about. But I'm sure you can understand kind of what I'm wanting here, right? Like I want to be able to make Cauldron Chronicles. Okay, so then you both. So if there's something like that, I'm totally open to it. I just want to be able to. It's like the thing. Okay, I make design, right? And I get paid a salary from my company. I then pay a salary to a sound designer who might compose. I just don't understand why they want even more when so many other people, like coders, can't just make continual amount of money from the code from the game, right? So it's just, to me, it seems a little. I understand the point of them wanting some of that revenue from it, but the revenue that gets made from their music or from somebody's code, from somebody's design, it feeds into the company to pay salaries. So, you know, maybe I'm not understanding all of the nuances of it very well. But I want everybody on the team to get paid what they deserve and to have ownership over the things that they make. But if I license out, or if I pay somebody to create music, I would like the license so that I can actually control what goes up. Because let's put it this way, we make a game, I let the artist own the license to the music. Now anything that happens, if that artist goes rogue, or they get a bit angry, they could claim any videos on YouTube with their music in it. And now that looks terrible on my company and it fucks over my game. So I need to be able to own the things that are in that game so that I can clearly say, okay, this person is trying to steal our music to make revenue, so we're gonna claim that video so that we get the revenue from it. But anyone else, if you're streaming with our music in the background, love it. If you have a YouTube video and you're just commentating with our music in the background, love it. Great. Yeah, I don't know if I worded it properly. It's like, I'm not, yeah, you know what I mean. My rants aren't always the most accurate, but it's a hard question. I don't really have an answer myself. Yeah. I think what I would, it's just music is something that people can enjoy outside of the game, but you can't enjoy the design or the code of a game unless you're playing the game. And it's like, okay, but then if we have the same kind of concept of people listening to the art outside should enable the creator of the music to make more money, well, how about people who take screenshots of 3D models or of the game? Like, do we then pay the artists more because people are using their art? It's a weird thing. I don't really get it. To me, it's easier just like, hey, let's find a way that you can get paid. If you're full-time on our company, I want you to get paid something that you feel is fair. But at the same time, the music you make for our company, our games, is owned by Microraptor. Okay, so what I think, Risk of Rain, for instance. Actually, I met the composer for Risk of Rain. Really nice guy, by the way. He was on a call. I kind of feel bad in hindsight, but he was on a call, and I'm just like, oh shit, this is my one chance to talk to him. I gotta go talk. Go talk. Like, hey, I really love your work. Great. This song is my favorite. But what they do with Risk of Rain is they allow him to post the music on his personal channel, and I don't know how they set up the revenue for that. I might be able to ask him how it works and if he's happy with it, and any advice he has for how we can get a composer in the future. I got so excited. Okay, we need to make this new UI. That's what it was. Jar. PvP jar list. I'd be fine with that, just as long as the person can take lifetime credit for making what they did. And some big names, you can ignore that. Okay, yeah, I 100% agree with the credit. We might own the license to it just so we can control who gets to use it and not use it. But I want artist names to be front and center, developer names to be front and center. When you have somebody making a game, okay, let me say this. How many people let's take a big one like Skyrim or Cyberpunk. How many of the developers' names do you actually know who worked on those games? And that includes everybody who worked on it. You know, even artists, composers, whatever. Probably only one or two. And if you're really into games, maybe like 3 or 4. Hey, Arclight TV. Those games have credits? They do have credits. But nobody really knows the people behind these games. And I feel like that's kind of unfortunate. I mean, everybody knows Todd Howard, right? But I want to make sure that people get the attention they deserve. And I want to have a lot of our developers on stream with us throughout development so that people can get to know the people behind our games. Minecraft is an interesting one too. You know, the Rain World does not let anyone use their music videos. Oh, they do? That's really nice. Minecraft is an interesting anomaly though, right? Why do you think people know some of the Minecraft developers more? Apart from like Notch, people know like Jeb, right? And oh god. Companies don't put devs in front of the audience because the devs can say something stupid and give the company bad rep. But that's more of like that's a fear without, what do you call it? It's like a fear without proof. The bigger the company, the bigger the risk. I do agree with that, especially if the company is public, because certain things could affect the share price and then the company could be in a lot of trouble financially if certain things get leaked. I can agree to that extent. Blizzard would have crumbled a lot earlier if they allowed that. That is true. Then again, Blizzard kind of deserves some crumbling. I don't know why people keep wanting to work there. At Blizzard, I really don't get it. I don't get why anyone would apply to Blizzard these days. That's true, not everywhere is bad. 100% agree. And there are so many indie developers popping up. Companies fault for not taking action. I agree. There's so many of those companies have leadership problems. Do you think Bobby Kotick goes home and plays games and interacts on Discord with people? No, he goes on his yacht and he jerks off to all his money. No, he's not. He's not anymore. Is he? No. But I bet even now he's not CEO, he still doesn't go home and play his games. He never has given a shit about that. There was that horrible story a couple years back of that. I think he was let's just say Latin American, South American origin guy who worked at Blizzard and was just absolutely, he was just faced a whole bunch of racist comments, and I don't know, it was so terrible, and he got driven to the point of, I think, either attempting or wanting to attempt, you know, some self-harm stuff, and I don't know if his story was ever verified, but what he wrote, I definitely believe him, and it's just absurd that people actually want to ever work at a place like that. I'm not surprised Bobby Kotick has education in gambling. That makes complete sense. Any company that you see with a monetization designer job opening, don't play those games. Those games are specifically going to be rampant with a bunch of that shit. We need to do a size box. Border. What color border do we use for the other panel? I want to use that same color. Okay, I'm not going to name the company, but I'll tell you this. The company was not very large. How do I put this? The company was not very large, but we had leads, we had heads, and we had people who had multiple head titles. Let me put it this way. He was a guy I knew. He was the head of design, head of production, head of sound design. Well, actually, that was part of that. He was head of QA. He was. Oh, he was head of. Was head of one other thing. He head of design, production, QA. There was one other, and I can't remember it. And he had. I will put. Okay, so if this is 1, 2, 3, I will now list the years of experience he had doing either. He had about 10 years of only level design, and yet he was in charge of game design too. He had 0.5 years of production experience and 0 years of QA experience. And do you know how much time somebody needs to dedicate to... Oh, he was the head of... No, that wasn't it. He was head of... God, he was head of one more thing. I need one of my friends in here to tell me. But this guy has... He just kept getting more and more responsibility, and he had no time in the day to actually dedicate to being good at any of this. An indie dev would have more experience. But the thing is, indie devs, at least, they understand that they don't have the time to do all this stuff. And they have to, because they don't have anyone else. This guy wouldn't delegate. He believed he was doing his job perfectly, and yet he didn't have any time to actually do any of this stuff. You only have 24 hours in a day, 6 to 8 of which need to be spent on sleep. The rest of the time, you can't be splitting between a billion different jobs, because then you're doing everything at 1/billionth of the focus that you need to actually do it well. But he kept getting more, and the person above him wouldn't take away any of that, because then it looks bad on him, right? Yeah, there's no peer review. There was none, because the person above him wasn't a gamer. They didn't actually understand the work required on any of this. Are unsold heads worth keeping? Yes, not to. They're a pretty good way to get prayer XP. I would keep them personally if you need prayer XP. What are you working on, by the way? We are working on our first prototype for Cauldron Chronicles, our game. It's you can type in !game to see kind of the summary of it. But it's a open world, 3D stylized kind of alchemy game. I won't say simulator, but an alchemy game with narrative and puzzle and discovery exploration elements to it. And we're working on the alchemy system. We're prototyping that. Sorry, I'm like really off with my focus, because we got talking about terrible leadership. jar list. I want the same color here. Just for you to win this, let's look at the game dev panel from Final Fantasy XIV FanFest London. Should be on YouTube. I think that's fun. What I might get up on our Discord channel is a separate channel for sending me like game dev or gaming related things that I can watch on stream and give some reactions to. Especially game dev things. I'd love to, you know, expand my own experience, but also give my own input and see if I agree or disagree with stuff regarding game dev. Use !Discord to get it, and I'll get that channel open after stream today. I definitely wouldn't kick you out. I wouldn't kick anyone out. Not unless you broke the rules, but we're pretty lenient. Desired on-screen size box. For now, let's just put it like that. I'll size it to content eventually. We also need a list item. So this is a border around a scroll box. Nice. Awesome. Awesome. I will try not to forget to put up that add channel on Discord or got it. You good? Jar list. We need the jar list item. WBP jar list item. Fired on screen. Actually, we can. Well, we'll do custom, but for now we'll do desired. And this needs to be vertical box, button, and horizontal box with 2 buttons. Vertical box, button, horizontal box with 2 buttons. Now, what do we want on the... Probably an icon. Liren, thank you so much for the raid. And, you know, I mentioned it, but you're probably busy. Thank you for the sub. Seriously, thank you. I mean, you are the one who really helped build up this channel from the start. Without you, I would not be anywhere. Let's give a big shout out to him, and yeah, go follow and sub. What were you playing today? If you don't know who he is, go follow him. He does a lot of stuff with chat interaction, and it's pretty great. I'm pretty jealous. I hope he teaches me how to do some of that someday. 82, nice. How was that game going so far? They just put out a big update, right? New character or something? I haven't been following too closely. We probably want an icon. Wait, we probably want to actually wrap this with an overlay. Or just put a horizontal box in there. That should... Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Gradient button. We'll name these after. Actually, I'll just put the text in there for now. An image in. Hello, good day. I know it's probably late for many of you. You're new here. Yeah, right. You're a liar. Late, I know. I miss being in NA time zone. But I might move back there sometime. Make is a lie, man. I would give my left nut for Portal 3. Not my right nut, though. I need that one. That's the one that hangs a bit lower, so it means it's a bit more manly. Where in human evolution did one nut decide to hang a little bit lower in order to prevent, you know, like at some point in our evolution, we had to have had issues with colliding nuts, right? And that hurts. So at some point, one just slowly grew a little bit longer, and evolution was like, this is the magic distance for a nut to hang without looking too weird, but still, if something happens, they can slide off each other. I feel like that needs to be investigated by anthropologists. Portal 3? I forgot how to count. Yeah, they definitely did. But wasn't it... I've not tried Portal Reloaded yet. I just think it's an interesting thing, right? Like, a weird topic. Yeah. Well, I kind of get sidetracked on this stuff. This is what I do. Hold on, I have to go to Alcarid. If you aren't aware, I am AFK mining on my other monitor. 550. Sus person among... Dude, we're all sus. I feel like the CIA already has some... Or the FBI already has some files on me. No, I thought that Left 4 Dead 3 was confirmed quite a while ago. Or am I wrong about that? This is gonna be too big, isn't it? Why does that not fill? 2.54. That might happen. Why is that doing that? Oh, probably because of this. There we go. That's better. That's better. Got it. They didn't make a new game. But I thought Left 4 Dead 3 was already confirmed. Yeah, they were making Source 2. Oh, they said it was not in the works. Weird. Back 4 Blood was made by ex Left 4 Dead 1 employees, if I remember correctly. Which then they shoved a whole bunch of microtransactions into. Pretty much from the start. Which destroyed the game. Yeah, that's true, they don't say anything. Alex was pretty brilliant too. I'm not like a huge fan of VR, but even I was like, this is incredible. Alex was really great. That was very innovative. shouldn't be centered. Oh, I know why, because we need to span. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Text block, text block. Let's do a little bit of padding on this above. Let's do 10 pixels maybe. Oh, it's 10 full padding. Actually, that is fine, but I want to do some padding in between. Pretty good. Raptor Tycoon. I would love to one day make some type of tycoon game, but you just can't beat some of these old ones, right? Like, original Zoo Tycoon and Roller Coaster Tycoons are still, in my opinion, more enjoyable than Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo. I mean, Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo are not bad games, but I feel like they have a lot of micromanagement, an awful lot of micromanagement that detracts from the gameplay quite a bit, or from the more fun parts. I mean, I'm kind of glad that Valve doesn't just come out and talk about their games. I can understand that. Game where you train raptors to take over businesses. We will probably put some sort of microraptor in all our games, I think. Why is there padding on the left? Why is there some like space here? Is that because of the... Probably because of the padding I put on this. It is what it is. 1K skill total. Dude, huge, huge achievement. That's massive. Really well done. Raptor fashion show. You think some sort of like fashion game with a runway would be popular? I think it would be really popular among a female audience. I wonder how difficult it would be to make a realistic sewing like simulation type of thing. I don't think it's ever been done. It's never been attempted. I'm definitely not the right person to make it, but it'd be pretty cool. Neighbors started being jerks. Dude, we have some really loud neighbors. I don't know why, but there's like this drilling sound that just happens at weird times in the evening. It's like our neighbor upstairs is like building something. And even worse, this is the really bad one, is right upstairs from us. They don't put those little soft things on the bottom of their chairs. And they drag their wooden chairs across the floor, and it's so squeaky. And they do this like every day. And I think I'm just gonna go buy some of those soft things that you can put on the bottom, and I'm just gonna leave them right outside their door. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna leave them there until I stop hearing it. I will keep buying those packs. The problem is if they do that, they're gonna know who it's from, right? They're gonna be pretty confident that it's the person below. But I don't care. Icon. Every neighbor is building. I try to be a pretty quiet neighbor. I mean, sometimes we put the TV on a bit loud, and I'd feel pretty bad if that was really annoying to our neighbors. But the thing is, I would feel bad, and I would absolutely lower the volume if somebody complained. Like, I don't want to be a noisy neighbor, and I don't want to have noisy neighbors. Neighbor here starts giant fires in the backyard in the middle of the night. The only issue I would have with that is the smoke. But I mean, otherwise, if it's a giant fire, that's a problem, right? But if it's a small fire, it wouldn't be too bad, I guess. But still, the smoke, if it's like wafting towards other people's homes, that's kind of unfortunate. Coffee shop downstairs. Ooh, I bet that gets pretty loud. Oh yeah, like, oh god, smoked. It smells like burnt toast. It can get, it's really strong. Big enough to brighten up my room through the window. Jesus Christ. What was I doing? I think it would be nice to have the name, it would be nice to have the name, the Latin name, the type, and maybe not the description, but at least the name, Latin name, and type and state would be really nice to have. This looks complex. Let me show you what it looks like when it's built. And remember, this is a prototype, right? So none of this is going to be used in the final game, but it is going to be used as a reference to build the final product. So we have, icon, name, Latin name, description of it, the biomes that it grows in, the light that it needs to grow, and the seasons that it grows in, the effects that it has, the flavor, and some tags, which for right now, these are just placeholder. Well, everything here is placeholder, right? And when you combine things in the Cauldron, for instance, you can see, okay, we're getting Ravage Mana 2, so technically we don't need this because it isn't actually giving us any better, but it could be changing the flavor, so we may want to add it for its specific flavor. So it's pretty sour. It's going to boost that sourness up a bit. Yeah. Again, all this is placeholder. We're just trying to find something that is fun here. Find some way to combine ingredients in a more immersive way than you find or that I've seen in other alchemy type games. Get you up close and personal with the ingredients that you have. Drop all. We can do all except you can only have one of the same type. So we have Maple. We can do all like this. We're getting Ravage Mana 3 too because of the mint. Yeah, exactly. So I was inspired by Skyrim's, the Elder Scrolls alchemy systems for one, but I really enjoy the idea of there being different tiers of effects. Again, all the effects in here are just for testing purposes. So I just used Elder Scrolls ones because it's an easy list to copy for now. But our game is going to be, we want to use effects that are actually going to be usable in the world, either by drinking the potions yourselves, giving them to NPCs, throwing the potions at enemies or environmental, like blockages or obstacles. So these are just to test if the system is working. But it's very possible there might be some like mana ones and stamina ones in the end. Can you make some poisons? Yes, you will be able to make poisons. Sweet bitter sourness reminded me of Pokeblocks and Poffins from the older Pokemon games. Oh yeah, it does kind of make me think of that too. You're right. But yeah, there will absolutely be poisons that you can make that you can either throw on other enemies. You can drink yourself if you want. Or there might be some shady looking people who come in asking for poisons. Or maybe just a hunter is looking for, some poison to use when hunting. Probably not the most ethical thing to hunt with, but I never said I was making an ethical game. Not every NPC in my game needs to be ethical. You can just refuse to help him too. You can tell him that it's unethical. You don't want to help poison animals, but there's going to be a lot of player choice here. So if I can pitch, because I know we have some new people in chat, let me pitch the way that I see these. We do have an animal that well, it didn't go extinct because of unethical practices, unless you want to say that nature. Okay, you're right. Its remains are being used for questionable purposes by countries that could probably afford to not do this. I agree. But so the way I see this, it's not a shopkeeping game. You simply run a hut that adventurers and people occasionally stop by to inquire about specific potions that they need, or poisons or medicines that they need in their own little quest lines, you could say. So they're all closed loop, named NPC quest lines. They have multiple stages, and at any stage they could fail at their adventure. So maybe a knight comes in asking for some healing potion. You either refuse to help him or you just forget to. It's kind of like Slime Rancher, but that's a better representation of how I want to do the open world, with there being different biomes that you can, unlock access to. But the NPCs in our game are going to be more personal in a sense, where you know their name, you know their face, they have a unique appearance. They aren't just named NPC that comes in. When can you pre-order? We are far away from being pre-orders. But they come in, they ask for something. You need to talk to them to actually inquire about what they need. Maybe you talk to this knight, you realize he's on a quest to eradicate some shit from a dungeon, and you can then inquire about what he's going to face. It's like, oh, I'm going to face some undead enemies. Okay, so maybe I can also sell you this potion of turn undead that you can throw, or you can coat your weapon with. You can get a little bit of money, you can help him. Maybe providing this extra boost to him will allow him to come back and give you some of the spoils of the dungeon. So it's very much, you need to actually talk to them, you need to learn about them, you need to get personal, because that will help you to fulfill their needs better. Do you have a time machine in stock? I don't, but I kind of wish I did. Because I would go back in time to when I was a little bit thinner. Not fat. I need to trim up a little bit, Sitting all the time doesn't do great things for the physique. Okay, we want name, Latin name, and probably type and state. Horizontal box, let's do we can probably do a vertical box. Vertical box. Let's make it span, and we'll do text, horizontal box, text. Text, horizontal box, text, text. What if you also get the option of praying, and that for some cleric-like creatures, the potion first needs to be blessed to put in the fantasy theme? It'd be pretty fun to do some unique stuff like that. I mean, I want every one of these NPCs stories to feel unique in some way, to have different thematic elements, to have different, virtues or um, sins that you can help, you can aid, or you can turn down, just so that you have different ways of playing it each time, and different players have different ways of accessing different stories. It's not really a game. I'm not really going to make the false claim that there are million endings that I would like. I would just like there to be different combinations of endings for different NPCs that provides you with a unique experience that's all your own. You may help people that maybe you shouldn't have helped because they lied about their motives. You may forget to help people that you wish you had helped. It's just, yeah, it needs to feel natural. It needs to feel like there isn't always an obvious right answer, an obvious wrong answer. You need to play it by ear and see what happens. Let's put some padding on the right. Let's do 10. Center justify, center justify. Center this as well. You can absolutely throw out ideas. I mean, the reason we're streaming this is to build the game with the community. There's no any designer who says that players can't have ideas or that players don't have good ideas is just an absolute piece of shit, right? Anybody can have good ideas. The designers are the ones who filter those ideas through the game's main pillars, through the gameplay loop, and through their experience of knowing how big the scope needs to be, or how small it should be, and how much it's going to cost to implement those good ideas. So things like, hey, it would be great if you add multiplayer. Sorry, but that's not just an easy button that you can press and enable multiplayer. That's a huge amount of undertaking and work, and there are so many back end things to consider, like handshake servers, or how do we want to do this peer-to-peer, things like that, right? Ideas are only the first step. You can't develop an entire game based off of ideas. This is true. This is true. Ideas are the building blocks of great games, but building blocks don't exist. And game designers too need to be a little assertive, but in a way that is diplomatic. You can't be a passive game designer, because you'll just accept ideas without realizing it. You'll accept things and you'll just let things happen, and then your game just kind of spirals out of control, especially in terms of like scope or with pillars. There's a very specific look. You play a game for 1 hour. That is unchanging. Any experience that the player puts into that game is a 1 hour experience. What percentage of that time is spent doing action A, action B? How much time is spent in a menu? This all needs to be considered, because it's all part of that experience. And if you're a passive designer, you let people build up too much without putting some boundaries in place, or reiterating, hey, we're trying to aim for this percentage of the game time being spent, making potions, right? For instance, we only want the player to spend a certain percentage of time here, so we need to trim down how long this takes, how convoluted it is, remove this aspect. Yeah, otherwise people just bump in heads. Yeah, it's true. You do need that person to control the scope and the direction. And usually that's a combination of what the producers and the lead designers do. It's very common for especially like junior designers to have amazing ideas that they don't realize would take a massive amount of time to make, right? Because a lot of game design is just learning everybody's job and how long it takes to do something. What is scope? So scope is like a general term to describe the expansiveness of a project, right? So if we say we're going to add this big system, we've now increased the scope of the game, and now we need to do all these things. So it's a general term to apply to describe the size of the game and the amount of work it will take to make it. Yeah, no worries. We can ask questions. Like, the more that to me, the more that I can, I'll try to explain it even better because it's a really good thing to talk about. So let me describe it this way. If I am in Cauldron Chronicles and I determine that I want to have 50 ingredients in the game. Now, if I said, okay, let's do 100 ingredients, I've just doubled the scope of this undertaking, of the amount of work that we need to do to put ingredients into the game. Now it's doubled. So now all of our budgetary and time estimations are going to be doubled for this. And so the scope of the game increases, and now the release date or release window that we are going to aim for is increased by double the amount that the original one was. Back to making a Pokemon game with 2 regions, 1,070 species almost. Yes. And that is just a massive scope. And a lot of indie developers will... Well, we're going to get to this on the 30th when we go over Kickstarter games. But I want to make an MMORPG with 50 different species, 10 different languages that are like real, and you can build anywhere and build anything you want. You can also destroy anything. Every little bit of that is adding this huge bit of scope that would take 10 to 20 years of a team of veterans to make. And it's like, oh no. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. But no, it's still good to explain that to people who may not be familiar with the term. It's just arcade. I got you now, a copy. I took it too literally. Cauldron Chronicles itself has a very large scope, I won't deny this. The thing is, I'm just not going to stop working on it. I do scope down on things I know are just not realistic no matter how much I want to, yeah. One of the things I like to teach any juniors that are working with me is something that I call sifts. Save it for the sequel. Great idea, would take 6 months to make. Let's save it for an update or the sequel. Man, there are a lot of games that microtransactions just absolutely destroyed. Very unfortunate. I'm gonna put some internal padding on the slot. Or can we put padding on here? Yes. I'm gonna put one of these jarless into the... just to see what it looks like. We actually want it to fill. I fill. I like to look for ways to make stuff possible anyways. Team importer tool, nice. Yeah, look, tools and software, that stuff is huge. That stuff is a really crucial part of making further development easier and faster. They've made a server that removed all the microtransactions only to add it back a few months. Lovely. Can I not span? That's probably because we size this to content, right? If we do this, it's gonna look weird here, I understand, but it should look a lot more realistic, reasonable here. True, yeah, I mean, yeah, I have things to say about Pokemon games too. I definitely do. I mean, that's a lot of space, but this is also pretty large. We don't need it to be as wide as it is. Taller would be in 10, 8, just 850, and we'll do 350. That's not enough. Okay, perfect. That's better. This is tea ingredient name. Tea ingredient Latin. We can do it in one text block actually. Replace with child. Ingredient type state. We need to make all these variables. You'll see a full Pokemon that required for competitive play of microtransaction. There was some recent article I saw that they wanted Pokemon to be around for another 100 years. I'm like, great. And in 100 years, their games are still going to be designed the same way. Dude, how do you make 100 more years worth of Pokemon ideas? You can't. And even if you could, they just wouldn't be that creative. This will be send to processing, add to table. I almost want to make these equal size. Just pretty big. Most recent Pokemon weren't that creative, and a few were straight ripoffs of existing. Yeah, I agree. Some of them just look really, really ugly as well. I'm sorry. Like, maybe it's just because I grew up with them, but the original the original Pokemon were the best. We fill this right now, but if we, there we go, we can do that. No, I'm gonna fill it. Go back. Do that. Okay, perfect. Black. Put a placeholder icon in here for now. Throw in some lavender or something. Where's my lavender? Pokemon is nostalgia based? Yeah, it is. I think it's an issue because there's just there's so many people that are going to buy the new Pokemon because it's Pokemon. And they really it just encourages them to make more Pokemon games that are just not very innovative. Or they do these just ridiculous things with them instead of, I don't know. This Giga Max or whatever the hell, it's just, they keep, if you keep doing these weird things to it, eventually there's going to be too many mechanics that it just becomes how Pokemon games both. What I mean, that's what I mean. Ingredient name. Ingredient Latin name. I'll probably make this one Alec. I know, and I'm guilty, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you enjoy them, it's fine. There's any game that anyone enjoys is a good game for them. It's so cold in here, dude. Okay, do you guys know Fahrenheit? Do you know freedom degrees? Because it was like 50 free. Look, I'll look up Celsius for you too. Okay, so it was like 50 degrees out like last week, 10 degrees Celsius, right? And they were blasting the heat in here. It is now 32 degrees, 0 degrees Celsius, of course, and there's no heat. What is this? I'm dying in here. I'm getting cold. I get some complaints people have, some are just not fair in my eyes. I like the idea of there being an open world Pokemon game. Fahrenheit comes from the British Empire, so is it freedom degrees? Maybe not in that case. You know, I want some padding on the outside. Because if we don't have padding on the outside, we just have, I guess you'll put padding in here, right? Do that. Arm with only one dose. Very, very nice. Magic DPS is still lacking. What's your magic level? Because you could get a Trident of the Seas at 75 magic. You could buy that for, it's pretty cheap, 40,000. on the GE? Okay, you're still pretty low. You'll get there. Magic goes up pretty quickly. You can do like a lot of high alkene or enchanting. Make some money from that. You can bring a noted stack of high alkables too, and you can high alk while you're like running to different places or training other methods. And you can get some good passive magic XP that way. What does this look like on the... Oh, I want to get this on the HUD. Okay, it's pretty big still. Yeah, because this is 1-for-1, so we could probably bump down the... We could bump down the size of everything just a little bit. Full Mystic set and Earth Battle Staff right now for Barrows. Pretty good. It's just, yeah, the magic level's low. I mean, you probably have a good magic attack from your gear, but because your magic level is low, you're not hitting as hard as you can. Orkong, thank you for the raid. 2 people. 2 lovely people. How you doing? You have a game developer badge. How did you get that? How did you get a game developer badge? I'm really jealous. Well, it was going great till you raided me with a game developer badge, and now I'm seething. I am... Ooh. You've given me a taste. Yeah, how do you get that? We have other game developers in here. We all want that. Spill the secrets. Just register the organization as a... How do you do this? Twitch game developer badge. Oh. In the developer console. Organizations. Pending applications. Status pending. Oh, I guess I did it. You need to change... It looks like I submitted it. But it's still pending. I guess I just have to wait. I don't know. How long did it take you to get yours? Oh, they take a long time? Okay. Few months. It looks like I sent it on March 20th. Half a year. Yeah, maybe they're a bit backed up. You can start an LLC for pretty cheap. It only cost me $100 to start an LLC in Wisconsin. I don't know where you live. You live in the Netherlands, right? So probably some different stuff there. I had no idea that I did that, but I guess we'll wait and see. Alright. Barrel list item. But yeah, thank you, Horkon. Give a bit of a shout out to what you're working on with your game dev. You can self promote. Not looking forward to business side. Thank you for the follow. Also, you guys have to tell me if you hear the sound alerts now, because they should be playing through my my computer here. I just have I just have OBS up with the browser source. That was the only way I could figure out to do it. Dude, my stream is so scuffed. Deck building MMO. MMO, wow. You can tell us anything that you want about it. We promise we will steal your ideas. Oh wait, not steal your ideas. So you worked on Darkest Dungeon? I did work on Darkest Dungeon. A little bit before release to about a year and a half after release, or 2 years? I forget, to be honest. I have 7 empty bottles of Pepsi. I have to clean up. I'm gonna try to get rid of those today. Let's decrease the size of this to like 100 by 100, not 1,000. Ooh. No, not 1,000. Stop it. Okay, we're good. Bump this down to 220, 218. No, not 118. Jesus. And let's do 18 on this. 218. 18. Thank you. Yeah, Darkest Dungeon was an amazing experience to work on. Those guys were so incredibly talented, and I did not learn as much as I should have. And it was mainly because I don't know, I should have realized how great it was. I didn't appreciate it as much as I should have. And that was a very bad experience, you know, bad lesson. Usually don't go too deep into details of my game public because it's an NFT game and it's generally frowned upon these days. Oh yeah. You actually worked on it? I thought you made a mod for it. I did both. So I made a popular mod. Let me shout out myself here. Darkest Dungeon. We have to be careful because there's probably some not safe for work stuff here. Let's quickly type it in. So I made a Pitch Black Dungeon, which is an overhaul mod for it. Like green. And then they hired me to work on the game because of this. I still keep this up to date as well, but just with bug fixes. I stopped full-time development. But yeah, some of the stuff, I don't know if you're familiar with Darkest Dungeon, but some of the stuff in it that I was responsible for was enemies doing debuffs on attack was one of the first things I added. That was pulled from Pitch Black Dungeon, actually. So that was something that I had kind of created fresh. I did a lot of like trinket rebalancing and quirk rebalancing, diseases too. I did enemy AI overhaul. What else did I do? I did a lot of the enemy AI and balancing of enemy attack damage for the Darkest Dungeon area. Man, it's been so long, I kind of forget what I did. It was a lot of like balancing stuff though. So if the game is really hard to you, I'm sorry. They made it a lot easier though, lately. The game is, yeah, the game is good. I won't, like, I'm not saying that, hey, the game's great because I worked on it. Just that the team did a really incredible job with all that. The sound design, the art, just the premise of it is so cool. I also do that. I absolutely do that too. Isn't it this way? I'm trying to run to a new, a new star. You guys will have to forgive me. Okay, how does this look now on the list? It's a bit better. We don't need too many. We're only needing to fit maybe 3 to 5 of these in the list, but because it does scroll, that helps a little bit. However, we need to have like a number on this. The number that the player owns. We want to display it. If we do 600, we have this vertical box. Let's wrap it with a horizontal box. Over here. I mean, we'll do like, I don't know, times, you know, we'll have the times number or something. We could do like a separate board. You know what? Let me do this. Let me wrap this with a border. Boom. Let's have the border fill up like this. Let's put padding on the right. We'll make the border. That's not the border. Brush color. Because we can set like the color of this to be something. Even for now, if it's just a different color, it would help a lot. I don't know what color to do though. Maybe just a baby blue like that. This can be centered then, and center justified to be safe. Make it black. I am not an artist, so this is gonna, you know, not look the greatest, but that's why we hire UI artists and UI designers to make this look a lot better. The ingredient amount. And that way in the list, it's not span again. Damn you. Should be spanning. It's not spanning. 18 Slayer from the Trolls. Probably will get Ava's accumulate before doing more. That would be great. That's your that would be your first Ava's device, right? That changes the range in game. Oh yeah, that'll be really awesome then to have. Once like Slayer up to 60 is a little, it's all right. Once you get to like 60 or 70, you start to unlock just some incredible enemies for money and XP. It will help with Aurum, yeah. I want to know why this isn't banning. Maybe fill. There we go. That's better. Problem fixed. Okay, that looks pretty good actually. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. And you know, we'll have multiple items on this. I want to make sure that there's some spacing between them, and you need to put some. We could do padding on the bottom. Oh god, what's it called? It's called a spacer. Oh, you need to wrap this with a vertical box then. Anyway, heading to bed. Hey, thank you, Datu. Best of luck on OSRS and with sleeping. If you need luck with sleeping, I've just wished you luck. I don't know if you're on our Discord, but you know, feel free to go on there. You can share your OSRS adventures in the gaming channel. I'd love to chat some more about it. I don't really have anybody to talk to about RuneScape, so it's nice to share what we can. Man, you know, now that I say that, I agree. I move around so much, my back just is terrible with sleeping. I don't know what it is. I'll give you a follow back. I didn't follow you. I have to make sure. It's not because I don't want to. It's that I forget. Can't find a comfortable position that doesn't hurt my wrists. With sleeping? You can use. I'll type it in chat. You can use !game. What we really need to do is get. I need to start work on the GDD. I need to get information on our Discord. I have that on the to-do list. It's just between streaming. Between streaming and I have a part-time job as well. I'm really limited for time to do things. And then I also have to, you know, I have to go shopping. I have to do chores and shit too. We could put padding on the bottom of this border here, right? And that would, I think, actually push. Oh no, it won't. Well, I could do negative. I'm not gonna do negative padding. We'll just wrap this with a vertical box. And then I can put padding on the bottom of the horizontal box. Yeah, and that should push each of these away from each other a little bit. Looks good. Yeah, no worries. No worries. I like to follow people. Okay, we actually need to fix this too because we needed a... Oh, that is a button. Okay. No, that works. We need to make sure the icon is not hit testable. And that way when the player hovers over any part of this, But I need to make the button invisible. Problem is that the moment I do that, we miss that nice color. Let me wrap this with a border. Perfect, and then we'll make the border just, I mean, I didn't mind that color, that lighter gray. Like this or something, right? Close enough? B send to processing. B send to tip. We'll need that. And I'm going to give these a bit of a different coloring. Fucking wild ass songs, dude. I love it. Oh yeah, I don't know if we're getting copyright claims on any of these. I've been pretty curious to check. Give it a quick browse. Nope, no claims. Since using OSRS music. Looking pretty good. I don't think this is the one. I don't remember. Okay, yeah, that was before we switched. It was at this one that we. It was day 14 that we switched. And it looks great so far. Good stuff. Thank God. Okay, do we want to add it? We need to add the... we need to take the ID. A function build panel. This is going to take an fname input. Ingredient ID. Get ingredient struct. Promote to local variable. Ingredient data. And we have the icon, ingredient amount, Latin name, name, we'll have to pull the amount in too. Set brush. Set brush by from texture. Oops. We could take this color and we could change the sidebar based on the color. But I want to phase that out because we just use that right now to change the color of the of these. We could still assign them some sort of color to. Where did it overlap? It's really weird. It's really weird. I have set the size to content, but what? I don't know. I don't know anything. What do I know? Set text in string and x ingredient amount easy game. Okay. Let's see, I might have to. Let me go to the bathroom in a minute. Name, Latin name. Type state. Break, break. Set text. I can't, don't I have a macro? I think it's like get string or something. Yes, there we go. Latin name ID. Type state we get from data actually, don't we? Perfect. Alright guys, give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna hit up the bathroom. Just got a remote into my mini PC here. Oh great, I can't remote in. Why? It's not offline. Annoying times. This is why we need the stream deck, right? Alright guys, I will give me like 2 minutes. scene. Ah. Oh, I have to fix that. Well, while this is open, I'm going to fix that goal. This says 10 out of 10. Where's the goal thing? Manage goals. End goal. Okay, manage it. Wait. End goal. How do I do new goal? Manage goals. What is the... Wait. Oh, okay. Perfect. Now understand what this UI is for. Going to use the best choice I made this year. Maybe you can make less progress when you have more people working on a game. I agree. It's kind of... It's also just liberating, right? I mean, to some extent, there's a real sense of security and safety having someone else dictate what you do each day. But if that isn't your dream, if that person's dream isn't your dream, then what are you really doing working? Gaining experience, okay, fair, you know, but at a certain point, you'll have enough, and then you need to decide what to do with your life. That's my hot take. Yeah, not making the progress I want in my life. Yep, I agree. Like, Microraptor's a way for me to work on my dream. Type state. Append. Set text. And for certain, Cauldron Chronicles is not a small game by any means. The scope is significant for the size of our current team, but the scope itself is certainly not too large. We just need to get to a point where we can sell... Well, I won't say sell, but we need to get to a point where we can pitch the idea at the scope that we envision it, and we can get the funding that we need to build it in the way that we want. And that will certainly take time. I think actually that's kind of everything for the panel. Okay, what do we got to do now? We need to... When the player right-clicks on the jar to zoom into it, we need to do two things. We need to update the ingredient panel. I don't like how far down that goes. I really don't like it. More like that. I still don't know why it's doing this. It looks fine here. I mean, technically it will act just fine. Really like it to look accurate. Funding for game dev is non-existent around my country at the moment. I am very sorry to hear that. I mean, there's a lot of indie publishers that, depending on your type of game, they will certainly want to add you to their portfolio. But some types of funding might be more easy or more difficult to get. Things like, Epic Mega Grants are, from what I know, they don't really care about background. They care more just about project and delivery. No, we need some more vibes. That's true. So, fix the offset. It's probably just the way that I know why. Because of that. I don't want to anchor it like that, though. This anchoring might be bad. It's gonna get a little fucky. Yeah, I know why. I know why. We'll do it like this for now. I don't mind it. Oh my god, I just... Man, it's still taking up just a lot of space. Depending on the type of funding that you want to obtain, or the type of company that you have too, it can be a little bit easier. For us at Microraptor, we are a sole proprietor LLC, so we don't have like shares. We don't plan to have shares. So we can't be bought out. We can't sell our souls off or anything, but that also means that we can't obtain like seed funding for new companies, because usually they buy a share of your company. And, then you can have some money to work with, but then they have certain amounts of control over the company, or they have to be on the board, and then you kind of lose some power in that case. Or you at least have investors to satisfy. And then, eventually you might go on like the stock market. Hey Casper, how you doing? And if you go on the stock market, it's even worse, because now you have public investors, you have to have board meetings, you can't say certain things because it could manipulate the stock price. I don't want that. I don't want that shit. More new devs find success when they have 99% of the shares. I mean, look at it this way, like Valve is still a private company. They certainly aren't lacking for money. But it also means that Gabe can do whatever the hell he wants. He can say whatever the hell he wants. He's got total autonomy. So the difficulty is really just getting over this initial hump of, we need funding, but we don't want to have our company be a corporation, so we don't have shares, and we can't obtain easy seed funding from investors. And even, private investors will want to buy a certain share, in your company. So we have to do things in a very specific way. We've locked ourselves out of certain funding routes. I don't think that in the long run that's going to be a problem, though. It just means that this initial starting of Microraptor will be challenging. But if we can make it, that means we can have total control for what we make, how long it takes for us to make it, and what we say to players. And having the freedom to say what we want to players, for me, is one of the most important aspects of Cauldron Chronicles. I want to be able to say, look, this thing is shit. We need to fix it. It's going to take us another month. And that's it. I don't have to explain it to a board of investors. I don't have to have some difficult quarterly meeting. I don't have to worry about investors pulling their money out or whatever. I will explain it to the players, I'll explain it to the team, and I'll explain it to the publisher. And that's all that I want to deal with. So the jar list... You need a function in the jar list. You fuck up something, you can just say it and not hide it and lie to keep stock price up. Yeah. Like, yep, we fucked up. Oops. We're gonna fix it. Give us a couple weeks. We're on it. You want to see what we're working on? Here's our public, bug list. Oopsies. I mean, we won't be that nonchalant about it, depending on the bug, right? If it's like a crash bug, it's like, oh shit. Guys, we're gonna get this fixed ASAP. Top priority. Jar list item. Jar list. Needs to take in the array of build list. Build list actually needs to take in a... It needs to take in an F name. Base ingredient ID. But it's gonna look a little bit different because the jar can hold the jar, we're calling it the jars right now. It can hold every subtype of ingredient. So it takes a base ingredient like lavender, but it can hold normal lavender, dried lavender, distilled, whatever, right? More like some magic jar that holds all the types. Fuck me. Take an antacid. Okay. I'm a man with stomach problems, this is what I do. It's all the spicy food. But before you think, no, I don't have those problems with spicy food. Ironically, I don't have those problems. And you're thinking, Joy, why don't you just stop eating spicy food? No, I can't stop. It is a part of my being, of who I am. If I want to buy a pizza and put jalapeno slices and crushed chili peppers and cayenne pepper powder on it, okay, I'm gonna do it. And I eat it all. The issue, once it's processed, let's say, once it's down here and not up here, the issue isn't the consistency. It's just that your body doesn't always process. It doesn't make the capsaicin of the peppers go away, it just flushes it out. So now you have very sensitive organs down here that don't like being on fire. That's the only issue. But I can live with that. Sorry, TMI, right? Sorry, guys. Hope nobody's eating. What was I doing? Okay, so it takes like, we have like ingredient lavender, right? And we have N for normal. Oops. We have D for dried, and let's just say like F for fermented, right? But what we actually are sending to the jar list is just this. Ingredient lavender. So now we need to take this base ingredient ID, not a local variable, I'm sorry, we need input. Base ingredient ID. Need to stop eating spicy food, processed foods, garlic, onion, anything fried in oil, chocolate, sweet tomatoes, other stuff too. Jesus Christ. Anything fried in oil. But I mean, does that include pretty healthy oils? Like olive oil or just so I don't get demonetized, I will say rapeseed oil. Just add another E and you can figure out. Allergic to garlic, oof. Garlic tastes so good too. It smells so good. But imagine that if you are allergic to it, you may not like the smell or taste because you associate it with bad things. Not talking about deep fry, just anything on frying pan. God. Yeah, you okay. Probably isn't that great then. Ouchie. Okay, so when we get the base ingredient, we actually need to for loop. We need to get the player's inventory. Oh, Cuthbert, maybe you can help me because you're here. When I store, where is the best place to store the player's save information? During runtime. Sometimes garlic bread or chips with garlic is quite good. Still can't eat it though. Yeah, just like their save game, their data. Where should I pull it from and update it? Oh. I just threw it in the game mode for now because I just didn't know where else to put it, but there's obviously a better place. It's a shame you can't have garlic bread, dude. That's subsystem. There's a save subsystem? You make a subsystem? I don't know if there is. I mean, there's save game. Game. Save game object. I mean, I can make a save game object, yes, but where do I store that save game object then? I guess for prototype, storing it in the game mode is not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, I agree with, because I can just call a subsystem from anywhere. It's very flexible. I've never had to make a subsystem. Maybe there is a way. Programming subsystem. Access with blueprints. Well, yeah, but how do I make a subsystem? Something like game instance or player. Yeah, game instance. And where is that stored in the? Oh yeah, you know what? We actually might have a game instance. No, but we should make one. And I think you set that in the project settings or something. Hold on, let me. Blueprint class. Game instance. I think we have to set that in the project settings. Game instance class. GI alchemy. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot about that. Get it out of the game mode. Much better. Analyzing alien isolation behavior tree. How complex is that? They use behavior trees? Can't imagine how complex that one is. Or have they not published it where you're just kind of like extrapolating? Doesn't look that complex. Really? They must have a really good AI designer then. A really knowledgeable one. Oh, that's pretty cool. Player. Oh, we need to cast. Cast 2. "36 branches from root. Or debugger combos. Still sounds complex to me, but you have more knowledge on that. We need to for each. We need to break. I don't think we need to break. We just need to for each loop through this. Like walk to player, find patrol point, attack, and so on is about 5 branches. Yeah, you're right. Most of the complexity is going to be from determining, for instance, you know, which. Well, I guess patrol routes, right? Because it does it based on a few factors. Or it'll just be a really complex, I guess, decorator. Base ingredient ID. I don't want to. I'm just going to convert it to a string once. I won't have to convert it to a string on every loop of that. That's just going to be really unnecessary shit that we're already gonna have to do this to string. Contains. Search this substring. If true, oh, no access to decorator services task. That's really unfortunate. You know, who was the... Do you know the name of the person who worked on the AI for that? You could try to get in touch with them on LinkedIn and see if they would be allowed to share anything. Principal tech designer. I know. You never know. Some people can do things off the books. Like, just, they don't leak it. Or at least they can tell you maybe about, you know, what their methodology was without actually sharing any of the actual things. Was there ever like a GDC talk on the AI? Oh, we don't have the list box. That's gonna be a variable. Yeah, people do remember the Alien AI being pretty enjoyable. Which I'm also surprised that Alien Isolation 2 would never happen simply because of how... I would assume that it was a financial success, right? It wasn't? With that many reviews? We have 1 to 2 million owners, that wasn't... That's just weird. Due to some dev hell and long production time? Yeah, I mean... Unfortunately, that makes sense. Very unfortunately. It could be. I don't know when it released, but I know that it was very popular and a lot of people were waiting for Halloween, which unfortunately can really negatively impact sales. But if you're releasing a horror game not around Halloween, you need to realize that a good portion of sales probably aren't going to come until that certain holiday period. Maybe not. I don't know what the percentage is. I'm just theorizing. Here, let me gear up. I'll just talk with you guys. I'm just taking a quick like five minute. We've been developing pretty constantly, so let me take a $5. And I'm gonna do some kill some Tazar. I don't know. I don't know how much they paid. Maybe they paid a lot for the alien name. That's possible too. Man, if I'm gonna be 100. Yeah, we can just use Addy bolts. Bug it. Alien Games was owned by publisher. It was owned by wasn't that like it wasn't Creative Assembly, was it? I don't know who owned it. Booties. One of them was Creative. Oh yeah, you know what? It's probably multi. Yeah, published Sega, Barrel Interactive. Oh, that's for Mac and Linux. So it was Sega as the publisher. Man, I'm surprised that they wouldn't push for a sequel for that. Even if the first one wasn't, I think a sequel would be. Well, the game was too long, right? By a lot of people considering it like that. Wear a Ring of Wealth. Give me a shield that gives me a range bonus. That's just pretty sad, that whole story. It's not like the game was bad. Quite good, in fact. Which of these bad boys do we want to kill? Not these ones, right? These 221s? Yeah, it's these 220. You want to pop off. We're just gonna try to kill these guys for some obsidian pieces. And we're almost 99 ranged as well. That'll be pretty exciting. Alright, let me pop it back over. each loop if true. I mean, we could filter it too. Now, for now, we'll just list it in the exact order that we find it. Might be the smartest. Create widget. For Alien Isolation? DLCs? I guess they did. Relatively positive ones too. I'm actually surprised that they would have tried to milk. Oh, you are right. I have been hearing some things about Creative Assembly recently. Build panel. Took 6 years. That's quite long. I don't know what team size they have, but yeah, that's pretty long. Okay, 4 years. I mean, 4 years for that though. I mean, it does make sense. I don't think that would be too long, especially because it released in, from what I recall, a very good state, at a very good quality. Maybe I'm misremembering that, but maybe it was just in pre-production for a long time. I don't know. They were trying to like refine that original process. I don't know. Could be. Was it a proprietary engine that they were using? It was proprietary. Do I know of it? Was it one that they've used in other games? Or that has been used in other projects? Cathode engine. I mean, I do think that to some extent, Chip 4 members online. I do think that to some extent more companies should be using proprietary engines. Because I think that long term, they are a very good investment. If you can afford to do it, of course. Weird. And has it been used for anything since then? It didn't seem like an engine that was bad. I mean, maybe it was bad to develop with, but it certainly didn't have bad results. Thrown away. Wasted development time. Yeah. Was doing hyena? What? Build panel. I mean, this looks correct. Play hyenas. That's not going to succeed. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is a hot take, but this market is so flooded. It's also extremely competitive. Oh, it's already killed, yeah. Says it was a success. I mean, I guess they didn't post it on here, but well, I'm not surprised. Yeah, but that sounds about right. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, do you know how much money they would have to pump into this to even have a chance at making it successful? I'm sorry, but if you go on Twitch, you need to compete with the likes of this. And no, you're not going to. Even if you think you're going to, you're not going to. It just ain't gonna happen. Not long term, at least. Of course, you know, temporarily you might be able to get a game up here if it's new, if it just released. But no. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. There have been a lot of great clips coming out from this. A lot of natural humor from the scenarios that it's putting players in. I mean, I think that this will generally do it. We just have to call build list and shove in that base ingredient ID. Pretty popular. I've seen some clips of it. It looks pretty funny. We need to then the jars need to store base ingredient IDs. So on begin play right now, 2 previous small projects. Yeah, that'll be the test. But even if not, I think that they've made more than enough. I don't know what they're charging for it. Pretty fair price. Pretty good price. So even if they don't put out frequent updates, They've made a killing. They won't have a problem. We'll see. This is a game that I would not have much interest in. I don't have any friends to play it with. That's probably why I don't have much interest in it. But it's absolutely something that I would enjoy watching being played because of its humorous aspect. It's also kind of similar to Cuthbert. Remember the space game? Let's just call it that. There are some similarities between the idea. Very small, but some similarities. But I think that their execution was better with making it just kind of a humorous co-op horror. Fun and chaotic. That's all you need. Well, it's not all you need, but it certainly is a workable combination of traits. So yeah, on event begin play, we actually want to do something slightly different. We want to get the game instance, get the players. Hey, couldn't we just do this? I think we're overcomplicating it a little bit. Like SCP Backrooms AI, Deep Rock Galactic Corporation added style and flavor and done, yeah. Well, if you're gonna copy any co-op multiplayer game, Deep Rock Galactic is absolutely one to copy. Or, you know, take inspiration from, let's say. Yeah, you shouldn't copy a game, but you know what I mean. I think the ingredient jar should not store ID, but actually just store the base types. How do I word that? Backroom AI is interesting as it changes AI into mechanic rather than AI. True. But it's building a game around the AI. Similar to, I mean, you could even say similar to Slender Man, right? Obviously that's very primitive, you could hardly call it AI, but it is still the concept of building a game around the AI. Even Pac-Man to some degree is kind of that same kind of concept. Yeah, let me switch this over. Unfortunately, we are gonna have a little bit of we don't need to call that. When is setup ingredient even being called? Because it is working. So here. And break that too. You don't need that. I mean, we could still use this, but we're gonna not use ingredient ID like this. I want to use that. Ingredient IDs. I know you're not really understand. Before the tooltip. That'll be fine for now. I know. We actually don't call that from the jar at all. It's fine if we don't really hook it up or have anything tied to the logic of that. We will have to change the jar list. It's a pretty funny mechanic. Because you just have one player just running around like crazy. And you like hysterically. It's pretty good stuff. It's game instance cast to. I think here we would just do the. This is the shelf. This will be a little bit more interesting. You know what? We need. This needs to be a function. I already know it needs to be a function. We have a spawn jar function. Spawn jars. Multiple, please. Just pull it down for now. We'll get all the everything lined up afterwards. Here's our question, because we absolutely have to go through each of these. But now we need to group things together. We can alphabetize, we can sort an array, right? Do this because we have to take and find everything with the same base type. Hey, Everly, how you doing? We can take the same base type and we need to add it to the same jar. So sorting it by alphabetical order. Doing good? That's great. Hope you're staying warm. I don't know where you live, but hopefully it's not cold as it is here. If we sort it by alphabetical, we could at least know when we're on to a different base type. I'm doing good. Just tired. Overwhelmed. But kind of in a good way. Last software and game dev stream until no more internet. How do I even say your name? Can I just call you Emma? Because I do not even know how to approach that that name. We're just gonna call you Emma. You're Emma. Hopefully that works. Okay. Good. Welcome. Did you make that name just to make it difficult for streamers to say? That would be pretty big brain. It'd be pretty funny. Okay, you didn't. Break it up into each of its parts for me. I'm very curious. Give me 5. Let me just try. If I make an array, I doubt I can do it with an array of names, but we'll check it out. It's no sorting, right? Here. Cool. I mean, I can shuffle, but I can't really sort. I could sort the array every time we spawn these. That just seems really illogical. But then again, if we have sorting options, we do need some way to do it. Emma Demella V2 Luna N. What does that mean? I mean, Luna is moon. So I have one part of it. But maybe it's not Latin. Maybe it doesn't mean two. Is that some different variant of life? I guess Emma Demella is a name. E2. Explain it like I'm stupid. Because I am. I don't like to admit it, but stupid. Dumb. It's because I'm a man. Let's just call it that. That's not it. That's sexist. Joke. No, it's really because I have tiny brain. The more I develop every day, the lower my IQ gets for that day, and I need to recharge. We could trigger a function in the game instance to sort through the inventory array and list it alphabetically, and that could function. I will say it's a much more interesting name than anything that I would have created. V2 equals things. I think we're delving too deep into this name. Either way, it's good to have you on stream. I got very distracted by the name. I imagine you might get that a lot though. But I don't mean it in a bad way. But it screamed to my curiosity. I had to ask. The thing is that we store it. We could store it into two arrays. We can have like ingredient names sorted. Ingredient amounts sorted. I already know this is gonna have to be refactored. If I already know it's gonna have to be refactored, then I should probably just do it correctly. But it's such a weird way of sorting things that I'm not sure how to do it in a way that is efficient. Granted, as a prototype, it doesn't have to be efficient, right? In fact, overspending time on efficiency would actually just destroy the purpose of a prototype, which is to be functional. So yeah, maybe I just shouldn't worry about it. Or at the very least, what we can do is we can have the array working alphabetically at the start, and when we write up the GDD, we can state that eventually it's going to have sorting capabilities. Vita Luna is some kind of Indonesian VTuber company. Oh, okay. So are you a VTuber? that's pretty cool. I get a lot of VTubers following me on Twitter for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, it's not like I don't have anything against VTubers, but I'm just curious if there's something that I'm doing that is making me very, or makes my company attractive to VTubers. Or if just one of them followed me and now I'm gonna get... What, you mean the Microraptor? Yeah, so you do like English, right? So you're an Indonesian, or you're working for an Indonesian VTuber company, but you VTube stream in English. Okay, I get it. We've gotten it. I feel smart now. Even though you had to explain it. So maybe I'm not that smart. But we have to pretend, okay? That's pretty cool. Are there a lot of other VTubers in their English program? Name sort. I wanna jars. You know what we're gonna do? I'm gonna do a new function. Sort ingredient. This we can run at the start at begin play, or whenever we need to. All quite cool though. And numbers. Ingredient amounts. Okay, I know it's a local variable. On jars. Yesterday I forgot to do the dishes, that's why my mom is taking the internet away. Oops. Oh. Just for a day. Hopefully not for too long. I actually grew up to like doing the like doing the dishes. I find it therapeutic to clean the dishes. Ingredients. These sorted. Will I do my chores properly? Hopefully they don't take too long. What got you into being interested in game dev? Do you do it as a hobby, or do you VTube game dev? Is VTube the right verb for this? Do you use VTube as a verb? I don't know any of these things. Clear. I believe you do. That's pretty cool. VTubing is very popular. I do watch some VTubers. I like Lucy Pyre's videos on YouTube. She gets pretty chaotic and funny. I enjoy watching I enjoy watching some of Annie. Um, Obviously, I watched Neurosama. Neurosama is just hilarious. Get it back at night? That'd be nice. That's a good time to have your internet. Clear cast for each loop. We almost need to... Sorting an array alphabetically is just... It's gonna be really difficult. For sure we need to save this as a local variable. Or... We need to do it off of the base inventory array, but we need to then remove... Camila, I've seen some of her stuff, yeah. I'm not too in the scene. But I do like watching some. I'm sure there's some others too, I just can't think of their names. But I definitely, because I watch a lot of, you don't, yeah. Oh, I did see that, yeah, I saw that clip, that was funny. Just watching anything from Neuro, any of her streams are just really funny, they're great. There's also a Japanese one that I watch clips of because she does a lot of interaction with Asmongold. And so the clips are pretty funny. Apparently Asmon is really popular in the VTubing community. Man, I have to give props to Vito for growing Neurosama as much as he has been. And it's really great. Her model is really great. Her karaoke streams are really funny. It's a really good example of what you can do with AI. Okay, so we need to... It's really weird. We need to take an ingredient. We need to put it into... Hold on, we need to put it into where? Give me a second to think through this. We need to convert it to a string. We need to split it. Search from end, we split at the underscore. Temp ingredient base ID. we do? Would it be better if we just converted these all to string in the first place? Because it's obviously going to be the best way to actually deal with the data. Let me look it up. Let me use some other people to help me. UE5 sort array. I mean, C++ would probably have it. I don't want to sort an integer array. I want to sort array of string. Oh, they have something here. Yeah, I know Fillion. I don't watch too much of Fillion. It's a little too ADHD for me. But I've seen there are some funny clips. It's just a little too ADHD. I mean, maybe if I have a little bit of alcohol, I can. I could appreciate, but I have to watch. I usually have to watch with my. It's just a little too much. Character as number? The flashbang, this clipper cookies is on this. Post snippets lets you sort an array of strings with the use of ASCII value. That doesn't help me. Sort string array alphabetically. You know what? I might have. It's possible that the low entry. Well, let me do this. Let me see if I can install a plugin for this. I might have something that. A plugin. LE. That doesn't help. This extended standard library might have something. Sort string array. They do have. It is working with 5.3. Well, that'll save me a million years of time and a possible headache. Yeah, this should be fantastic. This will be great. I should write a review because every time I've used this plugin, they have just some exceptional notes for me to use. New plugins available. Let me see if it's automatically. Oops. Might have to restart. Yeah, I gotta restart. God, I gotta get a haircut this week. It's so bad. I don't like it. It's really hard to find times though that are after work and stuff. I might do a shorter stream then one of these days and get the haircut. Okay, where was I actually doing this sorting? Here. So if I can just make a string array right in here, I can then just sort it all. But we also need to sort it only problem is I want to mirror the array sorting with the number because we need to send the number over too so that the game actually knows how many of an ingredient we have. No, I don't know if we... Sorts. Oh, it can sort by ref. I mean, I wish we could just sort. Ain't no way to do that. Abilities, array. Hey, where was it? Low entry, low. ADX, thank you for the follow. Pride X. You know, I thought I'd be halfway decent at calling out people's names. I'm not even halfway decent. I'm not even a quarter decent. Here's the thing, if we sort a copy of the string array, right? Or at least we sort the array, couldn't we then... We only need to sort one of them. The thing is, I wanted to sort both of them at the same time. But at the very least, if we can sort one. We need ID... to string. Sorted ingredient IDs. Add unique. I just wish we could apply the same sorting to from one array to the other. But I don't think I can avoid that. I don't think I can do that, so my solution is unavoidable. And then at the end of it, we get it, we sort, and I'm pretty sure that's by ref. So assumedly, these will all be alphabetically sorted. Hopefully. Now what we can do is for each through them. Which I know is not ideal. And then for each loop, maybe we can break. We can for each. At least that'll. For each loop with break through these. Please, can I convert this to 10? Break. If equal. This is so scuffed. Sorted amount. Sorted ingredient. Get add through. And then we can break the array. Break the loop. And that should be into amount sorted. Oh, actually, yeah, we don't need this one. We'll do it to this one instead. And then when we have this ID, we can also add unique. Okay, what does this leave us with? We should, at the end of all this nonsense, have lined up and sorted fname array to integer array of the IDs and the numbers, alphabetically sorted. Now what we can do is we can for each loop through the sorted arrays. So this is sorted ingredients is done, or as I believe. Bit messy, hopefully functional. Now in spawn jars, we can take ingredient ID sorted. We can for each loop. convert to string, right? Temporary base ID. This is what we're going to use to because they're sorted, so it means if we have like, you know, ingredient lavender, right, we can just keep going until we hit something that isn't of that base type, make that new item the new base type, and we can just, you know, every time we update the new base type we need to add a new jar, but then we can go, okay, this is a subtype, add it to the jar, add it to the jar, add it to the jar, new base type, new jar, and so on and so forth. So if array element is equal, wait, what? Oh, equal case insensitive. Oh, I'm gonna switch these around. You go up there, you could. Hold on, that's not exactly right. We need to do the split. At the underscore from end, if the left version of that split equal to the temporary base ID, that's going to be adding it to the last jar that we just added. Otherwise, we need to make a new jar. Which is generally going to be this bit of nonsensical math. But we can do it. Not impossible math, just annoying math. Rude. Ingredient IDs. Okay, how do we do this? I think the jar also needs to store the amounts, right? Well, it could. The thing is, if we take an ingredient from the jar, then we need to send back that information to the save game in the game instance, or you know what we're going to call the save game. It's just where we're saving the information right now. But that's fine, because then they would both be equal. We don't need to then re-update the jars necessarily. Then again, if we do that, because like this isn't a closed system. We can get from data point A to B. The problem is we actually have to go from data point B back to data point A. So it needs to be a loop where we are keeping everything updated. We can store IDs. We can store IDs, and it's fine. Because Where's the jar? Hey, you just learned Unreal yourself? What you working on? First off, congrats on starting to learn Unreal. It's a journey. You know, stick with it. There's a lot to learn, but hopefully you master it very quickly. We are working on the prototypes for our first game as a studio called Cauldron Chronicles, which is a 3D open world stylized alchemy game where you explore the open world, you collect ingredients, and you create catered custom potions for either yourself to use in the open world or for NPCs to use in their adventures. Which I need to get better at pitching that and explaining it. Very neat, thank you. I hope so. I hope it becomes so. You know, we're just working on elements of it so far, but oh, well, okay. Right now I have some UI that shouldn't be there yet. Generally do everything in blueprints? I personally do. Just because they're very quick to work with. Good for prototyping. But for full game development, depending on the size of your game, you shouldn't do everything in blueprints. But if it's a very simple idea, you can do everything in blueprints. This should be collapsed too then. I still don't like how choppy this dragging is. Just, that doesn't matter though. I'll have to ask somebody who's more experienced about how to make that less choppy though. Oh yeah, I wanted to see that jar item. How do we do the logic of this again? We send it an ID and amount. In building the jar list, we get the base ingredient. Coming from web dev and taking a course on Unreal and C++, I'm starting to try and understand when to use BP and when to use C++. I am not the best person in our team to ask about this, but I can provide a little bit of insight. Generally, you want to use C++ where you can, but there are times where it's just not very efficient to do so, or you want to test something quickly. And in that case, blueprints are great. And if you're working on, full actual development of a game, you probably want to replace your larger blueprinted systems with C++. Because it's just much easier to manage an organized code base and architecture in C++ as opposed to blueprints. Blueprints are not good for code architecture at all. In fact, we're already kind of running into some issues here where it's kind of messy. And it slows down your thinking, then it slows down your development, and your prototypes just become harder and harder to build on. And you have to refactor. But it's just really hard to refactor blueprints. And also, I'm not good at code architecture, so I often make mistakes like this. we send it ingredient IDs. Base ingredient jar list. Base ID string. Yeah, this needs to be refactored then to accept the array of ingredients. Or not really. Think about this. If we ingredient ID sorted, like push this forward, we have it sorted. Get through each, we send to the jar, and then we can trigger it to get the jar. We for each through those. Hit the right click, grab the jar, grab its for each. Okay, so I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Right base ID equal multiply 5. Yeah. I could essentially for loop at least the first 35. We don't really have more than 35 possible base ingredient types yet, so it's not really a problem to do this. We just need to know that when we do start adding more, we need to refactor and add a way to change ingredient page. This shelf is going to be complex in terms of logic, but I think it'll be worth it for the effect that it has. Just one hell of a way to do it. Sort. It. Number of jars. Let's do. We need to select which each shelf can contain currently 9 jars. So we need to do it. It's not modulo, right? Mod just returns the integer modulo. Oh, returns the remainder. We just need to do regular division. Actually, let's promote this. Jars per row. And I think that the jars per row -1. I think that'll work for that select. Hit increment, so we need to increment it first. Or can we increment it afterwards? Maybe, I think we should increment it afterwards. Spawn jar. Well, here's the thing: if we spawn the jar, we don't know what ingredients to send it. This is the big issue. We need to almost compile a list of the ingredients that we're sending it, and then when we detect a change, or that we've reached the end, we send. We build the jar. So we almost can't do this just yet. Need ID sorted. We could make another structure. We could make a structure of the base ID and then the ingredients within it. Man, dude, my brain's fried. I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. Yeah, we need like an array of arrays, and then if we do that, we have a structure. We could try it though. I'm just gonna put it here. Structure. Jar storage. It'll be pretty simple. It's just gonna be fname array. Base ID, ingredient IDs. Okay, we have all the sorted IDs, we have the sorted numbers, we go through each of the sorted IDs. We check if it's equal to temporary base ID. If not, we need to update the temporary base ID. With the new one. Oh, it should actually be this. And then we can build a jar's data. And this will be an array of that jar storage. Add. Make. Okay. Let me move all this down. And here we actually want to for each. No, we could do it that way, but that would just be doubling the amount of workload that we do on it. The thing is, this is empty. Not add, it's make array. We can at least throw this in there. It's both the base and it's the first one that's in. Now, if temporary base ID, we want to add unique. Okay, if temporary base ID is equal, we need to get a reference at the last index. Set by ref. Add unique. This is so fucking messy. This is so messy and it might not even work. Definition. Oh my god. Can I just store this? Current ingredient ID. There, that'll save some spaghetti. Okay, so we get the last one because it's the one we just added. Get a reference to it. We update it by ref. But that's gonna add unique. We want like a, get a copy of the array. We could just do current jar ingredients. We can do that. And then we can add unique. We can do something like that. We just need to make sure to clear current jar ingredients. Here. Oh, I think we can just do clear. We can do clear array. That's right. Okay. Duh. Okay, now that part is done. What has that done for us? We should have this structure here, this jars data, with the base ID and the ingredient IDs of our base types. Wonderful. Now the next stop should be rather okay. We can for each loop through this array. We can actually plug an index here too. Actually, it's fine. We can just use number of jars. It should be fine. The end result's the same. We spawn through it. We loop through it, and we send this array here. Yeah, that's a little crazy, but it's fine. Now the jar doesn't have to do anything when it's spawned. The only time we care about it is when we right click on it, we open up that new UI panel we made, And that's where we need to take ingredient IDs. Just like, why did we then make the ingredient amount? But I guess we could send this over to the ingredient jar as well. Yes, we could. Do like jar contents. Because then this is an ID to number. This is complex. Melts. Is proper. Go through all those. We get index. The only time we should need to... We have to do the same kind of thing here. We need to make an array. Get a copy, index, throw it in there. And up here we need to, if we add a unique, current array index. Let's see. Get the index. Current jar ingredient amount. Yeah, we want to now instead we can send it the jar contents instead of this ingredient IDs. Where's that in use? Nowhere. Get out of here. Or ingredient type. Our contents. Yeah, it would be easier to do with code. It would be easier to do if I were a coder as well, but I am not a coder. But we get better with practice. That's what we're doing now. Just doing our best. I mean, I've already just overcomplicated this, but I also underestimated the amount of work it would take to sort through things, which, as you said, would probably be easier to do with code. Jar contents should be an array. Yeah, why is it not? Yeah, we've definitely are aware of our mistakes here, Jar. So there's just going to be an array of IDs to amounts. Not the most ideal. Really not the most ideal. Chart contents. That's not it. Right now I'm just going all in. Look, if we have to refactor this, which we probably will, we'll just do it. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care. We got time. Only thing we don't have is enough fucking old school RuneScape music. I think RuneScape 3 music is free too. I've never really listened to RuneScape 3's OST. One's 6 hours. Is this safe? Might be. Good enough. The reason I listen to so much old school RuneScape music is because I like it, but also they don't claim it on YouTube, so So it's free music, and it's at least a little bit more exciting than like these chill hop things that put me to sleep. Like those are great, but they're relaxing. I don't want to relax. I'm coding. I gotta do it. I gotta work. Okay, for each get, add, unique, make. I just hope, Jesus Christ, I just hope that is working. On event begin play, sort ingredients, spawn jars. Jesus. Okay. Let's see the errors. Let's go. Didn't spawn anything. Oh, wonderful. Access none. Wonderful. Where'd you access none? Huh? I'm trying to read property. You know, select default. Yummy, yummy. Get some dinner. Eat well. I mean, I think this is correct. It did it in opposite order though. That was supposed to be. Oh, it's because it's in alphabetical. But this is correct. Why is it trying to access? What is it accessing none of? I don't understand why that's erroring. 1, 2, 3. Good morning, well, good afternoon, good early evening for me. I don't know what it's trying to access none of. Why is it erroring? I mean, I could just put a new node down, I guess. Is that in the right place, or is it just trying to spawn too many jars? Wait, no, it should only spawn 1 jar per... Yeah, and it's at the end of this for each loop. I don't get it. What we're doing. When is that error occurring? Already errored. It doesn't tell me what is erroring. Well, it could be this. You know what? It did say it was on the select node. Maybe it's that the 0. Oh yeah, it's hitting to -1. I know why. I know why. Bad math. Maybe we don't need the -1. Well, that should have been it, right? 4 jars? Let's check our game instance here. The player's inventory includes 4 base types of ingredients. Lavender, normal, lavender dry, toadstool, normal, mint, normal, shiitake, normal. So that would make sense. Now we just need to tell that when you right click on that jar to show that that panel, and then to update that panel, which may not be working because we changed a little bit of how we store the data. Oh boy. Probably here. Switch to ingredient cam, yeah. Covering ingredient jar. We need to alchemy HUD ref. Pick at the HUD ref here. Get the jar list and build list. Yeah, see, this is what issue is. Ingredient jar. Let's make a new BPI for the jar. Oh boy. Blueprint interface, BPI, ingredient, jar. New function, get jar inventory. Output. I'm pretty sure we save it as an array of these, right? I have so much shit open. Yes. And now we can add the interface. Get jar inventory, jar contents. Trace hit actor. Get jar inventory, and we need to update the jar list function to work in this way instead. It shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, okay. Out of here, get out of here. List box, fine, clear it. Still want that. I'm just gonna move this up because we don't need this. This is easy to replicate anyway. Get jar contents for each loop through this. Break. Actually, we should just be able to do this because we put all this in the other blueprint. I'm thinking. That really be it? And I hope so. I really hope so. And then they started drilling. Those bastards. Oh, miraculous. You guys can't hear it. But you can a little bit. Ads suck. Ads are the worst. Okay, we can get rid of this. Get jar inventory, send jar contents over. Build info panel. I bet we set, yeah. Do. If you guys hear the drilling, just let me know. But I'm looking at it and I don't think it's picking up the drilling because we have a shock mount on here. And you know, it's a condenser, so it's pointed like right at my mouth is where it's picking up picking up all the shit from. So if you guys are wondering why I'm talking about drilling sounds, it's a good thing. Little drill noise, okay. It shouldn't be too bad, but just let me know. Okay, that's good. Where's our jar list? Let's set its visibility after we do all this nonsense. That way we don't. Yeah, if it's going on while I'm talking, it'll probably pick it up. But if I'm not talking, it won't. They're not doing it anymore right now, so hopefully we're okay. What is... Okay, I think... Okay, it should work. Let me see. Let me hope. Yeah, we don't have that fixed. That's fine. Working. We don't have this panel. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Not going on anymore. This part is working. We don't have the ingredient info thing appearing. Let me check the other three. Just int hold on. I will compare it with our game instance over here. Just to make sure like the numbers are right. Okay, mint, normal 2, that's correct. Shiitake, normal 1, and the toadstool should have 3. Yes. Holy Jesus, guys, it's actually... The sorting worked. I cannot believe it. Obviously, we have a lot of bugs to clean up, but... I honestly thought we would get lost in the logic of all that. I didn't think this would be as complex of a task. Just to get all this sorted into jars. But we did it, and let's fix the other aspects of this. Shouldn't need that open anymore. Yeah, the fact that this works without errors, or our only error was a -1 node that we didn't need, but that I don't think we need. They're drilling again. That's our sign to wrap things up. You know, the real tragedy is they didn't even send me an email. No, there's nothing. I'm gonna talk to them that they need to send emails if they're gonna do construction in the building. Okay, get your inventory. We need to build the info panel as well. We need info. Okay, what we do? Let's write it down. We have some to-do things to do tomorrow. Let's at least set that up before we leave, because I'll leave this like here. Technically this is working. Technically that's done. This should be done too. I think once we get done with like the stations too, we're gonna start working on the GDD. That would be my thought. Okay, what are the issues here? We have cabinet. Jar tooltip not working anymore. Know why? We just need to update the logic behind it. This is actually all correct, except we don't have the buttons working. They don't do anything right now. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be real fun to update the logic of that. Ingredient info panel not appearing when right clicking jar. Again, we know why that's happening. We just need to fix it. And back out when zoomed in on ingredient jar. Yeah. But everything else from that is working as intended. And I don't think we've broken anything here. Yeah, this is all looking good. Looks pretty good. Well, we have a lot of work to do with the cabinet, but it's starting to take shape. You know, we plan to have a kind of like a way to sort over here, some kind of like little immersive buttons. This should at least be a quick way to inspect the ingredients here, and you can add it to the table, or you can send over to the processing table over here, and you can do things with it. You can change its state. Of course, we won't be able to allow you to change the state of non-normal ingredients, so we will just disable this button if the state is not equal to normal. And that should be pretty easy. Jesus. We do a lot of looping, don't we? We love our loops. Oh my gosh. Well, what do you guys think of it so far? I know it was an awful lot of work for essentially the exact same thing that we had when we started, which is jars on shelf. But now we have jars on shelf with real data behind them, and they're pulling from our data. So for instance, if we add, I think we have one that we didn't add yet, right? Or no, we have 5 things. I don't even know what would happen if we duplicated one of these. I don't even want to test it. Can you delete this? Delete. Yeah, we don't actually have any more. We don't have any more ingredients to test out. We'll have to add eventually. I think when we finish the processing station, we need to add 30 ingredients, or even more if we want to test our shelf switching between pages feature. The thing is, that part shouldn't be too difficult. I'm not gonna say it. I take that back. I'm just gonna say that that is something we will have to do, and the difficulty of which is to be determined. But at least we'll have the sorted IDs in the sorted amounts. So if we need to... Man, I don't know. We'll figure it out. This might need a refactor. But at least we know what we want to accomplish here. I might take Friday this week and I will not stream. And instead I'm going to set up version control for the project and just do some like behind the scenes stuff for the stream. Just kind of a day of business and logistics kind of thing. But for now, I will head out. I will get going home. Hopefully the weather is okay. Should be. It's cold. Alright guys, thank you so much for today. I mean, it was exceptional. We got way more subscribers than I deserve, but it means a lot to have all of your support. Thank you for the follows. You know, I hope we can continue to entertain, we can continue to educate, and you guys can educate us too when we don't know what we're doing with development. So I will see you guys tomorrow at the same time. Again, you can look on the schedule. I just set this up yesterday. Let me show you. So I'm proud of my basic skills. I set up a schedule here so you can see when we are roughly when we're going to go live and end. This kind of fluctuates depending on the day, but I usually get into stream around the same time. 9 to 10 a.m. is when I start, right? And that's how it's been for most of these days here. So, yeah, and remember on the 30th, the last day of the month, I will be doing a Kickstarter review stream. I think, isn't that Thanksgiving? No, that's tomorrow, actually, is Thanksgiving. Okay, so the next Thursday, after Thanksgiving Thursday for us Americans, I will be doing Kickstarter reviews. That should be a lot of fun. You know, bring your drinks, bring your humor. We're gonna need it. But other than that, thank you guys so much. I will see you tomorrow, and have a really nice rest of your day, or night, or whatever. And thank you so much for the support. Take care.